Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Howard.
Afternoon.
All right. Hey, Peggy. Nice to see you. Move this over a little bit. Here we go. I'm cold. I've been sitting here all day teaching, and suddenly the sun went down, I guess. I'm noticing. I think I brought myself a jacket. I'll be okay for now, but I'll have to remember to go get one during the break. Um, Funny how, well, it's funny, as if we didn't know, but it's amazing how much the heater heats up. Uh, how much heaters really do for us. The sun, not heater, how the sun. I'm turning on the heater that it'll be on for 30 minutes just to heat up the room. I've been here this whole time, but I guess at some point your body just goes, I'm still cold. All right. So here's my brain. And I will give you guys the code for the Padlet in the chat. So head over to the chat and click on that link. And there we go. Now, hopefully we'll get some more people, but while we are waiting, I will share my screen. And here we go. So I added some stuff to the Padlet in case you're wondering how much all this yellow there is. Ah, I will put it, I'm just stepping on my shoelace as well. I'm gonna kill myself. There we go. To retie myself. So so here's where the work ends that we did last week. And for those of you who I'm saying for those of you who, and I'm looking at the group and it's like it's none of you, but I spent in the Illustrator class, I spent some more time dealing with a lot of color and a bunch of good stuff that was happening there that we touched upon here in class the other day, and we were doing the recolor and things like that, which is barely brushed on it. But then in the Illustrator class, we really went deep into it, and that was fun. But the thing is that we've been learning how to make color in the different apps, and I showed you color across the three apps, and I told you the place for the most variety and information is the Illustrator app, but InDesign and Photoshop, although Photoshop is also really good for making colors, the best place to transfer all these colors across was the color libraries, right? And so we did some work with color libraries or libraries in general, where I showed you how to put colors in there. And then other than that, I didn't ask you in particular to do any homework. Today we're gonna have some homework for next class. So today's Monday, and our final class is on Wednesday. Let me look at the calendar. It is our final class, right? Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah. It's just that time has flown by for me. I'm amazed that it is our final class. In my brain, we'd go on for 2 or 3 more weeks because I always have so much more I'd want to teach you. Um, but notice that here in the in the Padlet, one of the things I have is under specs. And I think Peggy's done this homework before, but it'll be new to you, Howard. When we opened up, when we created the art that we created, the postcard, the brochures, the posters, all the different things that we have to print, it depends upon our information that we get from the company that we're printing from, what kind of specs we need to set up for the project, right? So one of the things that I did is I showed people how to go into different places in the internet to find out specs for a project and then compare the different specs. Now, I'm a little bit concerned about talking about this right now, although this is the right time to talk about it, because it's just you two. So I'm going to go ahead and hold off a little bit and talk about this later again when we have some more students in class. But in particular, this is for you, Howard, since Peggy, of course, is definitely invited to do it. But if you were to try to print this postcard, in this case is what we had chosen, and you go to the internet and say print postcard, you'll come up with a ton of different companies. And the idea was to set yourself a decision. Like I need 1,000 postcards and I need them, by a certain date, and I want, this is my budget or whatever. And then you just research 2 or 3 different places, find the one that most fits within the budget. And you take that information and you post it here in the Padlet. Because how well each company describes their information is a little bit different. And some of them will give you a little template to download, like this company Moo. And then they'll give you very clear information about what's the bleed and what's the trim and what's the safe area and what's not. And others will just give you numbers. Anyway, and there will be different choices of paper and stuff like that. So the idea is to do some research on a product and then to post it here as the homework. And then today we're going to spend a little bit more time dealing with the conversation about what happens when you don't go to print, but when you go to a screen. Hi, Moni. So if no one else comes, then that's your homework. But if someone else comes, I'm going to explain it a little bit more in depth. Good. I was freezing and then suddenly I'm not. So I turned on the heater and I was going to let it run for half an hour, but suddenly I'm finding that I don't want to run it at all. So off it goes. I arrived frozen and in a little tiny room like this, and just 10 minutes, it warmed up. All right. So one of the homeworks, not homeworks, one of the conversations that we're going to have is that up until now we've been talking about print, and what matters when you print is different than when you're going to publish to a screen. When you're going to print something, then you're going to print it with ink, CMYK inks. If you need extra, fancy colors, then that adds more passes. We talked about how the resolution has to be a certain 300 ppi or more, ideally maybe a little bit less, but not much less. We talked about how the amount of pixels that your computer has is fixed, and you can't change that for the most part unless you use the new super resolution tools that exist in Photoshop. And so normally historically you've been stuck with a certain resolution. Got put one of those little soft mats to stand on. So I'm spending so much time standing. It was in the wrong spot. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on how we would change that, how we would work with that. But most importantly, what if you don't? And so remember in InDesign, we went in and saw in the links panel, we saw the actual PPI, the effective PPI, the information that told us whether in InDesign it was good. I showed that to you in Illustrator as well, although I might have an Illustrator class. Did I show you in Illustrator in here how to place something and look at the actual PPI and current PPI? Probably not. It's in the same place, but it doesn't show you the words actual or effective. It just shows you the effective PPI and it calls it PPI. Hi, Eric. Thanks for joining us. So Eric, I already talked about what the homework is, but I didn't go in depth into it. So I'm going to wait to see a few more people show up and then remind me that I still need to explain the homework again, okay? And I'm asking you, Eric, because you're the one who hasn't heard about it yet. I'm going to wait
Okay.
until more people join before I have to do it again, so I don't have to do it a third time.
Okay. hmm
Um, And then the next step would be, what if we want to take that same image and print it on a screen, or not print it, but display it on a screen because it's part of your website or part of your banner, part of your blog, part of your social media, whatever it is that you choose, part of your movie, part of the PowerPoint presentation you're going to do, all of that is screen, even if it seems like a completely different set of choices. It's all screen presentation and it's going to be in RGB. But what matters then is completely different. If we go to print, this matters. If you go to screen, this matters. None of these words are replicated. So we're having a completely different set of choices. The file size matters and the compression matters. How it's going to be viewed, we already talked about it, that in RGB, you're going to see much more brilliant colors because it's light that creates it versus CMYK. So that could be good or bad, depending if your effect is that you want a muted color. It's a bit harder to mute it in RGB. But the positive of CMYK inks is that you can control that process with the color calibrator, with downloading profiles from the printer company, et cetera, versus an RGB, you can't control it. You can only do the best you can, and then whatever people see is whatever people see, depending on how their screen looks, right? So good and bad to each one. But how we change the file size and how we compress is something that we're going to explore today with that information, with that image there, okay? So that's part of what we're going to be doing today. And I have this on the Padlet. Let me put the link to the Padlet here again for Eric. Copy and paste, because when you guys join the chat, it just starts from when you join. You don't see what's posted before, even if I've already posted it. I need to post it again. Here we go. All right. Okay. So here's the first description of the specs. So we're not going to spend today talking about print as much, but if you look at this homework, it's looking up print specs for a product from 3 different companies online, do screenshots, and then post them here in the Padlet. Then choose one set of specs and build a template to those specs and post it here in Padlet. So that would be the homework that I want. What product, it's up to you. The sample that I brought in here is the specs from a postcard that from the company Moo, but this is just the template. This isn't a template. This is the guidelines print sent by the company, but it isn't the template built in InDesign. Okay, so that step, this is just the specs, but not creating the template itself. Okay. All right, there's more to that. There's more information that we can work on, but that for now is what I'd like you to do so you can compare. And if we have a bit of time, I'll show you a few of these sites, and show you how to search for information. But again, I wanted to wait until a couple more people showed up. And then something that I changed here and all the stuff that I put in here, I usually had how to make screenshots, and I'm adding the Zoom link to the Padlet for the future. So people can, if you still have the Padlet somewhere, you can connect that way. But also, I wanted to have people know how to access the class handouts. That's why you're seeing so many things. But I've also added the Photoshop and the Illustrator shortcuts handout that I have in each individual Illustrator and Photoshop class. So between these 2 handouts, if you download them, you should have shortcuts that, for the most part, they replicate each other, but they don't do exactly the same thing. So anyway, that's just more stuff that I put in here. I always have all this stuff in the class handouts, but I think people don't go to the class handouts as much as I would like them to. So I decided to post some of the more important ones here in the Padlet, which you all do end up in the Padlet at least during class. Okay, so any questions about anything that we did last week before we head into today's class? So last week we were making shapes, creating colors, sharing things into the library, making sure that we saw one of the most important things was looking at the links and looking at bringing in an image and making sure that it fit the size that we needed. And when we didn't, because this wine country photo was too small for our 8x8 image. We had to go back into Photoshop and we went and we did some upscaling of the image in Photoshop. Remember all that? Kind of, maybe.
Yes.
All right. If there's no questions about that, if you're all very clear about that, I'll move on. But was there any lingering question? Anything you might want to know or ask? No? I left my water at home, which is only across the garden, but it's not here. So anyway, I did have a soda nearby, so I'm drinking that and I will go get the water during break. All right, so now I'm gonna share Bridge and InDesign to start with. So let's head over to Bridge, to the class files. And now in the Bridge class files, at this point, I'm seeing that I have 3 different Autumn fields. We have the original Autumn Fields Getty Images JPEG. And if I look over here on the right side, let me get my notes. We see that we have 1576 by 1051 is the total amount of pixels, which the original image, at least in Bridge, wasn't telling me what that equated to as far as if I try to print that. But we discovered when we went to use it in InDesign that it wasn't big enough. So then we upsampled it. So we clicked on this little guy and we made it bigger. We literally added pixels. Before we had 1500 by something, and now we're at 2100 by something. So we've added, at least 500, almost 600 pixels to the width, equivalent proportional to the height. And we set it up in order to make it be big enough for 8x8. We actually set it up at 260 ppi. Okay, 260 ppi, which is the minimum. So we didn't have to upsample that much. We decided to do that, and we ended up with a file, which ultimately is 17 megabytes, 17 and a half or so megabytes big. Okay, that gives us 8x8. And if you look here in the metadata, turns out that this image set up at 260 ppi gives us, whoops, 8.3 by 5 by 5. And why didn't we just want it to give us 8? Why only 5 by 5? Oh, because we had the boxes on top. Suddenly my brain isn't 8 by 8. No, because we have the boxes of text on top and the bottom, sorry. So why isn't it just 8? And why is it 8.3? Can remember why we needed to do that.
Or bleed?
Bleed.
Yeah. So if we had just made it be big enough for 8, then we wouldn't have had enough image for bleed. So whenever you choose a photo, you need to make sure that there's enough, edge around it that won't ruin the image if you have to not see it. You can't have something that's so close. Say that this photo had to be printed within a certain margin. You might get to the place where the eyes might be too near the edge, things like that. And it's okay. You can still cut some off, but is it going to be okay if this image ends up getting cut off right there versus having a bit more space for the eyebrows cut off? So anyway, you have to look at your images and decide if it matters. In a case like this, sure, it wouldn't matter. Couple slices more or not, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to certain features, it does matter more or not. For example, if this image was going to be in and of course here I have that green on the, but if I were to cut into it a little bit more with bleed and cut a bit more, then suddenly that image would, whoops, that image might have to cut half, the whole tip of his nose off if I were to put this in something, and it might look really, really wrong. I would have to invent more to this. Now, in Photoshop, we could do that right now. We could actually invent more to this image if we had to do that. But we couldn't use it as is, right? Because it would cut too much into this face. All right, so we're going to go ahead and looking at this image. We see that it's got a lot of pixels. So in this one here, there's not going to be any issue of having to make it be, there's going to be no issue of upscaling it yet. And though I have eliminated, here, let me get the eraser so I can do this a little bit better. Because here it's giving me the dimensions in inches and the PPI. The circles were wrong before, well, it's only showing it to me at 72 PPI. So I can guess, based on the work that I've been doing already, that this is probably enough with this many pixels to get myself to something big. Doesn't matter how big or small it is, no matter what place I put this image in, if it's going to have to bleed, it's not going to work. Now, if it's going to be an inset to something, that'll be fine. So what I mean by an inset, say that this image is going to be in this little brochure here. I'm gonna put it by my face, then who cares, right? If it's like, use this acne cream or whatever before and after, then it doesn't matter because if that's what the photo is going to be, then the nose would be fine, right? But if the photo is going to be fill the screen, here, I keep showing these next to my face so that the computer focuses on it, but it doesn't. It knows that it's not my face, so let me change my background here. But if this is the photo and this is the guy's face and his nose ends up kind of like right there, then we're going to get his nose cut off because of the bleed. Does that make sense? So it's not that, versus if it's one of these insets, then who cares, right? So it all depends on what product you're creating, whether you need to work more or less on that stuff. But you can bet that for this Christmas Revels postcard that I have in here, you can bet that they have an equivalent to this on the internet for this event, and that they've had to put these same photos in one way or another as a little flyer or as a PDF or something to send out to people by mail. And no, sorry, by by um, by email. So they don't have to, by email, give it bleed. You're not going to need anything extra. Nothing's going to cut. But for this version, they're going to have it have bleed if it's going to fill the screen. So you're still working with the same image in two ways. You pretty much have to default to the one that needs the most. So if what we need the most is we need more space in front of that nose because we need some bleed, then we have to deal with it, right? And then we have this big image that we need to then decide, okay, if it's so big, how do we make this be okay for the internet? So as much as I'd like to keep working with this image, for better or for worse, this image doesn't have anything important on the edges. So there's not much we would ever need to expand or take away from the bleed. We can cut into this one and cut out and it still work well. So I want us to go to this image and we're going to say, okay, this is going to have to be printed and I have to do something about the fact that there's no space there. Okay. So let's go ahead. It's a JPEG and we need to work on this to fix it. What app are we going to use?
So, we're not seeing your screen. Which?
Oh, all this time? Oh,
No, no,
because
no, no. Just right now. Just
that's
yeah.
because I stopped to show you the postcard. Yeah, phew. I'm like, oh my God, all this time you haven't seen me. Um, Okay, so when I was talking about the nose, I don't know if you'd seen it, but anyway, this is the one I was talking about where there's basically the tip is already a bit cut off. This image was probably, I don't know what it was made for. It's not my image, but I use it for showing people how to retouch zits and stuff like that in Photoshop. But in this case, it's a perfect photo to show you how to handle this image if we are lacking a tip of a nose or almost lacking a tip of a nose, but for sure we are lacking in bleed. Okay? So let's go ahead and open it. And since it's a JPEG, it's going to open where?
Photoshop.
Photoshop. So let's double click. Whoops, it's trying to open in my Photoshop beta, which I didn't want. So I'm going to close that and I'm going to quit that. You guys didn't even see my beta. I'm going to right click and have it open with Photoshop 2027, but not the beta version. Okay, 2026, but it's called 2027. It's kind of weird. So what's sharing? Is my Photoshop sharing right now? Do I have the right share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that we need to do it, but is there a way to grow his nose with AI?
Grow his nose or add a kit?
It's a little cut off there. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
like,
we're gonna do that. We are gonna do that, actually. We're gonna do that. That's part of what we're gonna do, which is why I like this challenge because yeah, I thought you said grow his nose like Pinocchio. Like with AI, you can make his nose grow, of
you
course.
know, probably do that too.
But in this case, yeah, we're left, we basically have a little tip of nose missing, which is like when I decided to use this photo for the image, I hadn't made it bigger. I had decided I'm going to use this for bleed, assuming the whole nose was there. But nope, the whole nose is not there. So we're going to see how well Photoshop handles having to deal with this, which it'll do pretty well. So let's head over to Photoshop and let me make sure, are we all on the same? I think we had started with essentials, but since I go from Photoshop to Illustrator, is everyone in the essentials toolbar right now? Photoshop Essentials workspace? Yeah, and if not, please go to that one. It's just that if we're in the photography one, which sometimes in my Photoshop classes, I'm in the photography one, something like that. I just want to make sure we're all in the same space. And just to make sure we're all in the same space, since we haven't done that much Photoshop in this class, let's also go ahead and reset our essentials so that we're all at the same exact spot with Photoshop. And then give me a yes when you have that set up. And then we're going to figure out if this had to go to print or to to screen, how we would handle it differently. Wow. It was so light when I finished the other class a few minutes ago, and now there's no light. I'm looking for the light switches. Aha, and let there be light. Now you can see me a bit better. Okay. All right, so we're good. Let me
So
create.
mine, even though I did the essentials and reset, it looks different than yours.
Do we have a different version of Adobe Photo?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm in release 27.0. Do you know how to check on yours?
I also have the histogram on top, not the color.
So in Essentials,
Mm-hmm.
and then you went down to Reset Essentials, and you still have the histogram? Because that one, the histogram shows up in the photography version. There's a histogram. I'm going to reset photography. But in the Essentials, it doesn't show the histogram. Technically, it shouldn't. That's why I wanted you to reset it. But you still seeing it?
Yeah, no, I moved it.
Well, no, if you moved it, I mean,
I had my own workspace.
oh, okay, got it. And it's fine if you know how to handle yourself around the workspace. I'm not saying that you need to, but in general, when I'm pointing to things, if you want to use your workspace, please do so. And when you don't find something, I'll tell you how to find it. But yeah, when people
So
are,
I have 27.0.0.
and even though you reset your space, it still doesn't.
It just, I mean, yeah, I'm going to do it one more time.
How different? Like,
Well, just on the top, it's like
or
I've got the Band-Aid and then the brush
or the
size.
tools.
Oh, it's a tool. That's what it is. Yes, that's what it was. It had selected a tool.
Okay, so yeah, if you had a certain tool here, then you have what's up on the top. You were in the
Yeah.
retouching tools versus in the
Yeah.
select
Sorry.
tool to start with. No, I got it. I was thinking the palettes were different, which is what Peggy's saying. She had the histogram. That's a different set of palettes, and that was more concerning. But if it's what's up here, this top toolbar here, the status bar depends on what tool you're selecting. So it shows you that in this one, or that in this one, or you mentioned Band-Aid, and I immediately thought, oh, okay, you're talking about the
Yeah,
tool.
I just I
No,
didn't
that's good.
realize it had selected something else.
There you go. It's good to know that we're all on the same page. All right, so first of all, I'm just gonna spend like a tiny minute amount of time on retouching. As I said, so many classes of Photoshop if you want to work further with that. And I know that at least Eric works with Photoshop. Howard, I think Lightroom. Howard, I think you also worked in Lightroom, right?
Yeah.
So you all kind of have an idea about retouching. So I'm going to just minutely, because this is hard to look at all the time, I'm going to show you also how to do this non-destructively for when you do it in Photoshop, especially Lightroom people. You're accustomed to doing things in a non-destructive way because that's how Lightroom works. But in Photoshop, if you want it to be non-destructive, you have to work with layers or work within Adobe Camera Raw, which I haven't gotten a chance to show you here, but in the Photoshop class, I teach a lot Adobe Camera Raw, which operates exactly like Lightroom. It's the same tools. They look a teensy bit different here and there, but it's basically the same stuff. And you can call that up here. You can go up to filter and you can go to Camera Raw filter. And when it opens up, you're basically, and I'm not going to have you do this, but you basically have the same tools, light, exposure, temperature, and you have all the same masking tools. And so if you know about how to do that in Lightroom, you can do that in Photoshop, okay? So I'm not going to take you there. Hello? Why in the world are you? Why did I get my little window, the tool of death? There, it's gone. So I'm going to show you a different way to do that, which if you're not very accustomed to Photoshop, this is actually going to teach you something, because there's the same retouching tools that we used forever can be done in a destructive or a non-destructive way. So if I were to now just go to my retouching tools, here on the left side, I have my retouching tools are under this Band-Aid, and I click and hold, say that I use the spot healing brush tool right now, and I begin to like take these little guys off. Let me just go for, and it's just that I have it looks like it's a huge tool, but it's just that I'm using a Wacom tablet and pressure sensitive, so it turns out to look like it's huge, but it's not. Anyway, so I just did that, but I'm not having you do it yet because what I just did is tremendously destructive. I just worked straight on the background image and that's it. If I didn't like how I did it, if I did it right or wrong, then I can't do anything about it. So I highly recommend that if you're ever going to use any of these tools, I'm going to go to my history and go all the way back to the beginning. If you want to do any of these tools in a non-destructive way, which you should always do, then you need to do that on a new layer. So now let's all go over here and put in a new layer. And in this new layer, now we're going to use that same spot healing tool. We have so many different ones, but let's use the simple spot healing tool. And the important thing here, we're going to click sample all layers at the very top. Okay, now I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to click and drag down. And now I'm going to use this tool to click and go and do the same thing I did before. And I'm just going to kind of go around. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to go around the edges of these shapes. And again, if you need to make your tool bigger or smaller, you go to your bracket keys, which are to the right of the letter P on the keyboard, and you make it. And with a normal mouse, you would want to make this circle the size of the blemish and not go any bigger. But since I'm using the Wacom tablet, I have to go much bigger because of pressure issues, and so I need to make it much bigger. So anyway, here I am, and I've dealt with some of these. There's much more I can do with color, and there's just so much more we can do. But for now, that's all we're going to do. But importantly, what's happening is that I can turn this eyeball on and off, and I can go back to having my original image underneath. And if I turn the eyeball off of the background layer, then here it is. It's little tiny pieces of skin that is hovering above the current skin. And that's just what I've done. Okay. Again, we can spend more time with this or not. We can take the color out. We can do so many things. But that, once we're done with that, give me a yes. So that's the non-destructive way to do this. So here I'm going to double click on layer 1 and I'm going to call this one spot healing tool. And I'm going to add brush. And the reason it matters to know that it's a brush, it's because then you can use the keys on the keyboard to make them bigger or smaller. And that is part of knowing that it's a brush. You can only do that with a brush. Okay, there's more zits if you want to do more on his face, nose, and whatever, but that's all I wanted to show you, the non-destructive way of doing that modification. Now, we could have also made it be a smart object, and then we could have opened the camera raw filter and done the retouching over there, and then it would all happen within that. That would also be non-destructive. All right, any questions before I continue? Okay. So now, I want to do, I'm going to select the background again, and I want to increase the space around him. And I believe this is not in Lightroom yet. I think this is only a Photoshop thing, but I don't know if in this new iteration Lightroom can do this. I think it's a Photoshop thing. The generative fill. Yeah, I don't think the generative fill is in Lightroom right now. All right, so here we go, because Lightroom doesn't, I'm torn, because Lightroom doesn't generate pixels. It can't rescale. So I don't know. I'm not 100% sure right now if Lightroom can do that or not. I'm pretty, you know what? I am sure it doesn't do it. Lightroom is not a generative fill. I said I'm sure, but as you can see, there's a tiny bit of I don't know to that. I'm sure. All right. So here we go. We're going to go to the crop tool. Not generative fill, generative expand. Going to the crop tool. Okay. And in the crop tool, I have some choices here that came up for me right there. I'm going to go ahead and first I'm going to tell it what I want. And what I want is to expand a little bit to the left. Now notice I'm going to undo that again. I'm going to make sure that you don't have any ratio set up here, that you're cleared, you have no numbers, right? If you have it set to be a particular ratio, you need to clear that. Go choose ratio as your choice and clear so that you can just expand on one side. Otherwise, if you're in, for example, 16 by 9, whatever, and you expand or take away, it won't, anyway. So let's head up to the word ratio and then clear that in order to have a clean selection. And now we're going to expand a little bit, but how much do we expand? Now it's important because I'm going to zoom in, we have this set up in a certain size, and whatever size we have it at might be appropriate for us to know or not. And I think this is saying 60 something. So what do you think this number is referring to at 60 something width in my ruler? And if you don't have a ruler, do a Command or Control R so you can see the ruler. And just looking at the width, it says 62 or 3. What number could this be? Come now, my
Is it-
precious.
Is it inches?
Inches.
It is inches. Where did we see that crazy number? 60 inches for this face. We saw that
Mhm.
number.
It was in Bridge.
Yeah. In Bridge, if we went over here to the metadata, we saw that at 72 PPI, this is telling me that I'm going to get 62 inches out of this thing, right? 62.2, which is that number that we're seeing. It's open it up. This is the image that we open. And so in Photoshop, it's showing me that is a 62-inch image. All right, we talked about this before. How would we, and so now hit the escape key to get out of the crop mode. Let's go back to the selection tool. Is it going to be easy for us to guess how big we need to make this if it's set up? If we need to say that we're going to first go to print with this image, and then after that, we're going to see if we need to put it in the internet. So if we need to go to print, is it going to help us now to work with this in 72 PPI at 60 inches? Yeah, it won't. So do you remember how to switch that? We did it last week in an innocuous, non-destructive manner. Where should I go to switch this to, say, 300 PPI without generating, without doing any kind of generation of pixels or something like that? What tool should I open?
Image,
resample?
image size.
Image size, and you are right. What do we do with the resample?
You upscale it or you
Mm-mm.
upsample?
Mm. The safe way without changing anything is to turn the resample off. Whenever resample is on, it is destructive. It will either add or take away pixels if I move any of these other numbers. I mean, the only ones that are safe are the ratio because they follow each other. So if I were to right now change any number here or here, the computer will be forced to either invent new pixels or dump pixels. So resampling is very destructive. Okay. So the first thing I need to do is turn this off, and I wish something here switched to the word resize because resize, which doesn't appear, is what we're going to do now. We're going to resize this. Just switch the numbers around. Just grab that same piece of gum and put it in a different format. The pixels will not change. The file size will not change. So now with all three connected, see the big difference is what gets connected here. Now we're going to turn this into 300. And now my image is going to go, okay, my width is now 14, basically 15 pixels by 22 at 300. It's still a big image because that's a lot of pixels in there, right? But at least it's going to make more sense to me now. All right. Now, just to make things a little bit easier with calculations, I'm going to flub this and I'm going to write 15 in here since we're working with those numbers so that we can more easily figure it out, which is going to be 298.6. It's perfectly fine. We can that makes no difference. Okay. But that's just for calculations to be a little bit easier for me. So now I've done nothing destructive, same image size, same pixels. All I've done is change these numbers around so that when I say, okay, my ruler is telling me that this image is 15 pixels, 15 inches wide by, I don't know, 20 something tall. We're all good with that. So resizing is the safe way to do things. Before, had I done let me undo that. I'm going to undo that for a minute. C65 again. If I go Command Control P for the print layout, this is what I would have to print. A piece of his, an 11 by 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. I would be, by the way, and this was the other day we had changed this for some reason to a different sized paper, not 8.5 by 11. Yeah, okay. I would be seeing a little bit of his nostril. But now that we flipped it, and I'm going to go and do this again because I turned that off. I'm going to put 15 in here, say okay. Now if I do a Command or Control P to see the printout, turns out that in an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, that is about right. So if this is 8.5 inches, but my image is 15, then it should fit almost twice. So if I put my mouse in here, I can almost twice move it around, and that's right? That is a 16-inch image. Does that make sense? I could go and choose the paper and make it be a much bigger paper and we'd see it in there, but this gives me an idea that it's correct. That this is now a 15-inch by 20-something inch image. With no change at all in any of the factors that matter to this image. There's no resampling. This is still the original image. All right. So now, if we do need this to go into a document and we need to add bleed, right? We basically need to add how much? What's bleed? Peggy, you're muted.
0.125.
0.125 per side.
Yep.
So 0.1 to side times 2 is
0.25.
0.5.
so 1/4 of an inch to the width and 1/4 of an inch to the height. Now, that's for bleed. But that doesn't take care of Howard's question. So if I add 1/4 of an inch here, this is fine. Maybe I don't need 1/4 of an inch on the other sides. Maybe I only want to fix this side Because it's okay if this gets cut in by a quarter of an inch and this gets cut quarter of an inch. And how are we doing here? If it gets cut by a quarter of an inch, it's not so bad. We just don't want to cut in there. But you know how Howard said, well, how about that nose tip? Is it enough to add only a quarter of an inch in here? If I add a quarter of an inch, I'll get bleed, but this nose will still be missing. So should we try to generate some nose?
I think so.
Sure.
Yeah. So how about we add, and again, I'm not caring about what real document we need to print. I'm just saying we need to add maybe a quarter of an inch to see if the nose appears, plus another quarter for bleed. So should we add half an inch to this and see how that works?
Sure.
Maybe we want a little bit more space. Maybe we want to add a whole inch so we get 3/4 of an inch of new space plus, and so it has, you know, more space to be looking into. I don't know. Let's give it a try. So let's add 3/4 of an inch to this. So let's go to the pixels, the crop tool now. And I'm going to, if this is, and I can use rulers if I want to, if this is 15 and this is 16 and I wanted to add 3/4 of an inch, that means I need to, I'm going to pop a ruler right there. And I'm going to expand this and hit that ruler. And that means I'm adding 3/4 of an inch. Are you aware of what I'm doing? I'm going to undo this again. So what do I mean about rulers? What am I talking about? So I'm going to go back in here.
There you go.
Why? Trying to redo it, but I first need to get out of the crop mode. Okay. So what I just did is I make sure that I have rulers, and with my selection tool, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Here we go. So here's 15. I made it be exactly 15. I'm going to grab a ruler, and over here, if I drop it there, that's exactly 16. If I drop it over here, that's exactly 3/4 of an inch. And you see how my hand, before I drop it, see how there's an X that's appearing on the right side of my mouth? It's telling me how far I'm going. So now it's telling me that I am at 15.745, which is about as good as I'm going to get. 7.
You have it.
Every now and
Close
then.
enough.
It's there. Let go of my mouse. Perfect. 15.75. Okay, so now I can turn on the crop tool, and if I expand it and have it snap against that, then I know that I'm actually adding exactly, I'm gonna make it bigger, 3/4 of an inch, of which half an inch is gonna be space for the nose to breathe, and a quarter of an inch is gonna be extra bleed space that we're gonna then divide into half and half for each side. Are we good with that? All right. And now I'm gonna hope for the best because I'm gonna hit generative expand and cross my fingers. I'm not gonna tell it what to generate. I'm gonna let it figure it out, and let's see what it does with the nose. So I'm just gonna hit generate. And there you go. Let's see, I'm gonna zoom in to explore that nose tip, and not bad. So let me go over here to the history, and I'm gonna do before and after, before and after. I like that. What do you think about that? Did it work as well for you? I'm
No.
seeing that it says no for you, Moni. So let's see what's happening. First of all, were you selecting the bottom layer? Maybe you were on the spot healing true brush layer. So check that first. You have to do that starting with,
Whatever I did, I lost my layer, my that second layer.
okay. So,
I don't know what it's.
how
Oh
about,
no, now I did it.
I don't see a yes from Howard and Eric or Peggy either. I just heard from Peggy. I'm seeing no from Eric. You're
Yeah.
on VDI. I'm not sure how VDI is going to handle this. Let me stop my share and have you guys share with me a little bit and so I can see what's happening.
Okay, I don't-
For
I don't
mine,
know why.
it doesn't work. It says like it can't connect or something.
I hate PDI. They're gonna have to fix it. The more and more the Photoshop advances, the more I'm gonna need them to fix VDI, or I can't keep teaching these tools. But anyway, so Howard, you
Yeah,
need.
I don't have the, whatever the convenient ruler is that,
Yeah, got it. So first of all, you need the first thing I want to say before you go anywhere else is you need to be selecting your layer that needs to be expanded. Not the other one. So that
Okay.
alone might have been the only reason something was or wasn't working. Okay. The next thing you have is there's your ruler. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, so
And
I pulled out expanded already. I just don't know how to
okay.
give the
So let's
command.
go to history. This is your history. And
Okay.
let's just back out. So you might want to grab it from here and pull it down to see much more. Okay. And now you cropped it twice and then you did a free transform, which is a whole different thing. And then the image size. So let's go all the way down to the image size because that's the last thing we did that was correct. Okay. Now drag yourself over a little bit to the left so we can see. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so we don't have, you didn't do the retouching in a non-destructive way. See how
I did,
Oh,
and
so you're in crop preview mode. Okay, so back out, click on this little thing to not to redo, or go ahead and do this and exit this mode. Okay,
okay.
so there it is. Yeah, you had
When I
it.
hit the crop tool, the layers,
Okay, so first of all, select your background again. We for sure need to do this onto the background. Now, hold on, don't select the crop tool. Escape the crop tool. Hit the escape key or click on 0. Yeah. So first, leave, go ahead and go to another tool, go to your selection tool or hit the
yeah,
V
I'm
on
already
your
there.
keyboard. V on your keyboard, you're still in your crop tool. So go and select that. Okay, now select the correct layer. Okay, so now we're in the right place. Okay, now let me clear my drawings. Okay, so now when you said you don't see the rulers, I'm not sure
Not the
why.
rulers, but the
Going.
convenient floating helper thing that is
Yeah,
going
so
to
let's
give
head
me
over
what.
to window. Let's head over to window
Yeah,
and pull up the contextual taskbar.
that's what I meant to call it.
Yeah, of course. I love that. Also, you seem to have your tools are floating above your ruler, and that's just how your image is now not connected. So go ahead and hit the go up to the workspace here on the far right
Yeah,
and click down and do reset essentials.
yeah.
Okay, that still didn't reset it. Okay, so go over here to window.
Let me, it
No,
may
hold
be,
on.
go ahead.
Go to window. I'm going to just show you how to fix that. First I wanted to reset essentials. Go up to window
Mhm.
and then go to arrange. Top choices arrange. And then hit tile down here. Okay.
Okay,
So now you've got your tools and then the rulers, because right now you had your toolbar on top of the rulers, and so
ruler.
now everything is kind of in its place. Does that make sense?
Yep,
All right. Now, out of this ruler, you can pull out a guide that you can drop here at the 3/4 line. So click in there with that tool. Yeah, click and drag, and miraculously, here comes a guide. And keep dragging it, and then we're going to drop it at the 575-ish, at the 750-ish. That's good enough. You know, we don't need to be too exact, but it helps, gives us an idea of where we're going to go. All right, so now we're set to go. Now we're going to go to the crop tool. So we're not going to pull. When you pulled from here, you did a transform, which is, it just stretched everything out. And that's a very different tool. And now you're going to go to the crop tool. And now you're going to pull out. and you're going to stop right there. It snaps to the line. And now we're going to do a generative expand. And we're not going to give it any information. We're just going to hit generate. And that looks good, but let's zoom into this to see how it's working. So command plus, plus, plus. And yeah, I think that's a pretty
Pretty good
good,
nose.
pretty good nose
Number
with
two,
enough space to breathe.
I like
Okay.
number 2 better.
Now what's that?
I like the second one better.
Oh, that's true. You have 3 generations. Okay, so you can flip through the 3 generations to see how much you like them. And you can also see the variations over here, which is a little bit hidden because, you know, this little strip doesn't show much because that's the new stuff. But you can flip through them 1, 2, 3 over there, or 1, 2, 3 over there, where he was showing it, guys, in case you don't wonder. Okay, so you get to choose which one you like, and life is good. Now, I just want to say something else. Go over to the toolbar. Yeah. And the reason I really don't like to see show transform controls is because when people saw these all the time at the very beginning, I was hoping people would turn them off because now everything, every layer gets these transforms, and then you get tempted to push them out. If you transform something, you are equivalent to upscaling, like it creates and invents new pixels. So I would rather we never have that turned on and only use it when we really need to. Then we're going to go up to File, Edit, and pull down and choose the transform tools, right? If ever, so go to Edit. And then there's transform tools over here that we might choose to use. And when we choose them, we'll know we're using them versus by having that little click thing turned on all the time. We might by mistake, like you did, pull, and that's not a crop, that's a transform. And the transform goes, oh, there's nothing there. Let me fake it. And it stretches your stuff. So it's a very destructive tool used the wrong way. So that way you can avoid having that problem that you had. And there you go. Now, I personally, now I'm getting a little bit picky here. I haven't looked at mine yet, but from afar, if I didn't know at this image what had happened, I'd go, oh, it's great. But I do know, and I can kind of see, not so much in the top part, but in the darkness, I can kind of see a little bit of a line here. You guys can
Shadow.
tell? It's minor. I might want to select all 3 to see if maybe it's better in another one. I don't know. I haven't checked mine to see, but I kind of,
That's
maybe I'm
1.
wrong.
That's
Can you
2.
turn this eyeball on or off to see where it's doing the line? That's our new nose. It's not that the new stuff has that. It's just that the old photo was gradating from light to dark. Can you tell? Turn that off for a minute. So it's not that the generate did something wrong, but look, there was a little gradient from light to dark and the edge was a little bit darker. So it's not really part of the generate. It's just that it just regenerated that backwards. So then it goes a little bit darker to lighter. So it did a good job with what it had. But maybe in order to fix that, we should have first eliminated that. But anyway, I'm getting really picky here. But we could have chosen some of the lighter stuff and filled our edges. It's minor. It doesn't matter. No one else will notice it. But I was like seeing, what? Why is it going darker there? Anyway, and I know that I'm looking at mine. I have that same thing going on in mine. Anyway, I'm going to stop that share. I think no one would ever care. It doesn't look, but you know, since we're doing it, might as well not.
You
All
could
right.
mask you could mask the background and change it that
Yeah,
way.
you can change everything, but in this case, what I would have done, once I see that, and I don't want to spend time doing it, but I would have I would undo what we did, go into
Fix the
Photoshop,
original.
eliminate that edge of darkness, expand the light stuff to the edge, and then when you make the new fake nose, it would continue that background without giving it that little in and out, but not important right now. Peggy, how did it work for you now? Following the steps. All right. And Eric, in your case, yeah, that's a bummer. That's VDI. I don't know. VDI used to have most of the tools and it always had a hard time here and there with some of the new tools, but now that basically all the tools are using AI. I don't know what they're going to do about that. Because that's, yeah. Anyway, you saw it. If you had the apps, all we did was stretch the crop. The computer did it, right? It was just setting it up correctly. Okay. I'm forgetting that we didn't do screenshots of any of this. So I'm going to go back in the history and do that generative expand one more time. Let me share my screen. And can everyone publish a post? Let me go and put one more time the link in the chat in case someone doesn't have it. Let me go back into Photoshop. And I'm going to go into the crop tool, hit that, and I'm going to do a screenshot here of that. And I'm going to hit generative expand. And I'm going to hit generate, and then I'm going to hit generate. And each time you generate, it gives you a different result. So hopefully this nose will be just as good as the last one. We don't know. Okay. And then here I have my 3 choices, and whoops, and I can either make those 3 choices. I can either, here, I was trying to move this up here. I can either see them here, 1, 2, and 3. Oof, I don't like that one. 1, 2, and 3. I like my 3 better because it's not so tippy, but it also is a little bit light in color. I guess my first one is the best, and I can also choose them over here. Okay. Now, I'm not going to have us do that, but if you want, if you're not happy with it, you can choose one and then you can regenerate again, and then it gives you another 3 sets and stuff like that. But right now, I'm happy with that one. So I like the length of this one better, but you can, it's kind of light. I can only, I don't know if it'll be too light if I see it now. I could darken it, but I'm being too picky. I'm going to just give him a long nose. Okay. And here are all my variations. Okay, so I want to make sure that we leave the crop tool, go back to the regular selection tool, which is where you kind of want to live in Photoshop, so you don't have to be there. Let me put this in the Padlet. Oh, for some reason, whenever I share these many screens, it doesn't like to switch to the Padlet. I have to, let me just share Bridge and Photoshop. I had InDesign and Illustrator in there as well, so it was limiting. Okay, so here we go. I'm not seeing, maybe it needs to refresh, but I need to see your noses. So, Liana, we did a generative expand to add a tip of a nose and some breathing room and some bleed space to our image for printing purposes. We would not have needed that extra bleed space if we'd gone to screen, but we would have still wanted, I'm sure, to get a tip of that nose back. So it doesn't let me choose 3. So I'm going to choose just 1. And I'm going to publish it. And then I'm going to open my same, I'm going to add it. I'm going to add a comment. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to put the other 2 photos. That one is in a comment. And then I'm going to add another comment. To have my 3rd version. There we go. So those are my 3. 3 choices. Howard's Pinocchio. Okay. Cool. let's head back to Photoshop. So now we have an image that we might or not like. We might think his nose is too long or too short or da 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 da, but at least we created a new background and some space in front of his nose. Let's move this out of the way. And this is still taking care of the zits, and this is now our new nose, and this is our background, and let's save this file. It's not going to be a JPEG anymore. So Command or Control S, and we're going to have to save it. The default setting it wants to do is Photoshop, and that's good. So we're going to not call this one retouch. Well, I'm going to leave the name retouching so it in Bridge it stays in the same place, but I'm going to go generative expand. And then I'm going to say save. So now what we just did isn't destructive in that I could turn this off and I'm back to the original one, but it has expanded my image. So it's innovative. It's added fake pixels. That whole strip on the right side is fake pixels, and the stuff on the spot healing tool brush layer is fake pixels. But if I were to want to turn these two off, I'm back to my original image. So not a big deal. Okay. Now we're like, okay, I want to print this file. If I were going into InDesign, let's head over. Can you guys open InDesign at the same time as Photoshop? Let me share my screen. And if you can't, then don't worry. I'm going to, can you, in general, since it's only 5 of us,
Yeah.
open them at the same time? Peggy, can you have all 3, Bridge and InDesign and Photoshop? Okay. And Eric, I think Eric, you can open all of them in VDI. You can't do the smart tools or whatever, the generative tools, but you can open them. All right.
Yeah,
So
it's
InDesign.
opening.
And let's create, and let's go to Photoshop, and guess what? We want to see what file size this is here. And there's a, I've only shown you how to do it through the image size box. Am I sharing? Are you guys seeing Photoshop? No.
InDesign.
Yeah, InDesign only, yeah. I could see something was wrong. Let me. Okay, so back to Photoshop. I've shown you here how to look at those rulers, but it's not like in the rulers I'm going to see exactly what size the file is right now. So where else can I find it? Well, first of all, if I head over to over here to the properties, it's telling me that my image is 15 by 22. Is that correct? Nope, 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 not correct. That's the size of the layer I'm selecting. 15 by 22.
Right,
But
we
I've
add-
added stuff over here. 15 was the original size. In fact, I can even see right here, I'm much nearer to 16. Okay, so that layer, that's the size, but that's not the file size. So how can I find the file size? Well, it's a little bit tricky because since we've added it in a layer and whatnot, if I were to do a Command A right now to select everything, Command A is a select all, or I can go up to select all, then it's selecting everything, and now it's telling me it's 1575 by 22.5. You see that? So that one I can believe a bit more. But let me undo that. We can say deselect with a Command D, or we can go to select, deselect. Other places where I can see this, of course, would be image size. If I go to image size, that's telling me exactly what size I have for my entire image, 1575 by 22.5. Okay, good. That's good. I know that. Now, whoops. I'm going to do a little screenshot of that so later I can remember. But there's also this other place down here. So let's escape that. Okay, just showing you where to find these things. Now down here, there's a tool that's been there from the beginning. If I don't want to go up to image size, this thing is telling me stuff. Let me, now that you know where to look, I'm going to turn the green stuff off because there's an arrow here that is letting me choose different information. Like I don't have to go all the way into Bridge or whatever. I could have known from the beginning. So this is telling me document sizes right now, and it's giving me megabytes. If I go to document profile, it's telling me sRGB, document dimensions, 1573 by 22.5, and 298 PPI. So that's the one I was looking for. Okay. Now there's other stuff I could reach here, but did you find that one? Yep, Peggy, Howard.
No, I get mine just kind of cuts off and keeps going on the bottom. I don't know if I'm in full screen or not.
So you don't see, you kind of see less than this?
Yeah, I don't have a bottom border that I get to see.
Can you raise your Photoshop from the top a bit? Or are you full screen already?
No, I think I might be in full screen because I'm using iPad as a second screen.
Sometimes when you have another screen, it might, I'm gonna share your screen, see if I can help you reset it like I did before.
Yeah,
Because if you can't see that, my main concern is then you can't see the stuff on the right side of the layer. Oh, okay. So your second screen, your iPad is where the tools are?
no,
Like
my
where do you
second
have your
screen, I
tools?
just have the video feed and
Just the
then,
video. So where do you have your tools right now? There, you clicked on it. Okay, but I see what you mean.
and now my ruler
Oh, but
is
you did that
messed up
again.
again.
Yeah, it's messed up again. You're again in that mode where you're not seeing everything. So go back up to window and let's see. There's something you're clicking on. So go back to arrange. That top one is arrange. And then go back to tile. Okay. And now you're good, except for, and I know it doesn't seem that you're good, but you are, except for that your window is a bit too big. So it's hiding under your dock. I actually hide my dock when I'm working. That's one thing. But other than that, what you can do right now is you can go put your mouse right at the very top here. Make this a little bit smaller. So
The
go to
very
the
top.
top corner. Yeah.
Yeah,
Click on
yeah.
the very top. No, 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 on the, no, 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 no. It's a window thing. Yeah, there. Make it a teensy bit. Not so much, just a teensy bit.
There
And
we
then you
go.
can raise it, but now you have to go back here and reset it so that it doesn't end under your, yeah. So you can go down a bit more. You know, you don't want to waste space, but you don't want to have, just expand it down a bit more. There you go. And now you have all your tools available. Okay,
Okay, thanks.
cool. And then this is, you go to this arrow to make it change. Whoop,
Nope,
stopped it. Okay,
messed up.
there we go. Go down
Got
to
it.
the little arrow next to that, and that's how you would change.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, when it expands under the dock, it's useless. Now, what I do is in my dock, I only have my dock available when I touch it. Otherwise, it just hides it, and then I can use my entire screen. But if you're going to see the dock all the time, then you have to make your programs not hide under. All right. Where are we at? Let me see. Let me share my screen. Photoshop, Bridge, and InDesign. Oh, Pad. Share these. Okay. So back in Photoshop, so now we know that this image is 15.75 by 22.5. So if I go to InDesign, I want you guys to write me in the chat. Okay, this is a little quiz. If I want this image to be the whole thing set up in InDesign, without looking at what other people write, go ahead and write in the chat, what size should I make my InDesign template? Based on this image, not based on traditional printing sizes or papers or posters, just based on this image, what size should I make my InDesign template? I don't know where I left my tea. All right, not seeing anything in the chat yet.
No, I gotta delete something. Okay.
I shouldn't say anything.
Okay, is everyone posted?
Yeah.
All right. Now, it's possible you guys had different numbers than mine, right? To start with, but my first numbers, and I'm going to write my first numbers in here. So what I'm writing isn't the answer. My first numbers are 15.75
Oh,
by 22.5, okay? This is the Photoshop dimensions, okay? Oh, not 65, it's 75. Edit, 15.75.
I think my numbers got wrong on my
Okay, so you can go edit.
picture.
Okay, so my Photoshop dimensions are 15.75 by 22.5. So if so, if I go to InDesign, right, I need to make my InDesign template. We're going to go full bleed. You know, we mentioned that this will be full bleed. Okay, so I need to make my template 1/4 inch. Hi, Patty. Then my dimensions. So I need to make it smaller than my dimensions. So hi, Patty, hang in with us for a minute. We just did some generative expand and stuff in Photoshop. Go ahead and open this image that you see here on your Photoshop, and then just hang in there while I lead people into the next portion. So if I need to make this 0.25 smaller than my dimensions, all right, the answer, why? Because I want to leave, say the Photoshop size is going to be always supposed to be bigger than what I'm going to print. So if I want to print this entire photo and print it to bleed, I'm going to have to make this be 15.5 in InDesign by, where were my numbers? 22.5 by 22.25. To leave a 1/4 inch for the bleed, which will divide into 0.125 for each side. Does that make sense?
Not exactly.
Okay.
I
So
was
let's
adding 0.25
talk about that.
to
Yeah.
within height. So when it gets cut off, it would be,
So basically, we're going to cut a portion off of this guy, which is why we added a new tip. So Patty, when you open your own image, you'll discover that he has a cut off truncated nose tip. And we just created with generative expand, we just created a new nose tip and we gave him some breathing space so that we can then put some bleed in there and not cut off his nose even further. Okay. The original image was that the nose was a bit cut off and there was no space. The bleed would have cut even more off. Okay. So we just we took some zits off and then we generated a new nose tip. And so now we're trying to figure out what size does this have to be in InDesign. So in the chat, I explained that our InDesign needs to be smaller than our Photoshop and by a 1/4 inch all around. Okay. So depending on what your size was, because you might not have ended up with a 1575 by 22.5, depending on how exact you were on your crop tool and your expand. So for me, that is my final size, a 1/4 inch smaller in height and a 1/4 inch smaller in width, so that I can put this image in and have it extend that extra 1/8 of an inch all the way around. If it still doesn't make sense to you, Howard, when we put it in InDesign, maybe it'll bit more sense to you.
okay.
Okay, so let's give that a try. But in your case, since I don't know where you guys started with these numbers, right? It seems like you added a 1/4 inch.
I added a 1/4
That's
inch.
so now I would recommend taking away a 1/4 inch, but again, I don't know what size you started with. So let me just share my InDesign. And Whoops, come on, stay. Ugh, I'm gonna have to stop my share and restart it because it doesn't want to stay. And reshare. Here we go. So now in InDesign, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to go to print. And I'm going to change this to inches. And I'm going to make this be, what did I say? 15.5 by 22.25, which is a full 1/4 inch smaller than my Photoshop image. Okay. So when I say create, oh, I forgot to add it, give it bleed, so I'm going to add the bleed now. I'm going to go over here to the properties, adjust layout, and I'm going to add bleed here of 0.1125 on each side. I'll say okay. So there's that extra little bit for bleed. And you guys might be a little bit behind me, but I'm going to demo this so that we can go back to the whole understanding part of it. So it's not so much about what they're doing, but the understanding. So give me a second here. I'm going to say Command or Control D. So just watch, don't do. I really do want you guys to listen to this. Here comes my image. I'm going to put the edge of my image on the bleed. Okay. And if I'm not sure, I can zoom in a little bit to make sure that my mouse is touching right that little edge, and then I'm going to just kind of click. And since we did it, we built this template to the size of the image, it should, and it does, show me. Let me go to the corners because it's such a big image, it's hard to see. It show me this image here. If I hit the W, that's the trim line. That's what we just wrote in here as our size, 15.5 by 22.25. And that is my Photoshop size, which was a 1/4 inch bigger. So I'm throwing that bit away, right? That 1/8 of an inch away. And this is my trim image. And this is what we added that space there for, so that when we cut this bleed off, we still have space in front of our nose. And if by any mistake they cut into it, so this is the other invisible bleed edge, right? They can cut that wrong or that wrong. So we'd still have breathing space in front of his nose, and he has a nose stip, even if they go wrong all the way to here. But if they go wrong all the way to here, then there's image all the way to there. Does that make sense now, Howard, at all, or not really? So,
Yeah.
like my Photoshop has to be bigger than my template because my trim size is going to be smaller. And what we create in InDesign is the trim size. The document created in InDesign is the trim size.
Okay,
This
not full
extra.
size.
Okay.
Yeah.
The full size Photoshop
Not bleed
expands
size.
beyond. That's the bleed size, is the full Photoshop size is the bleed size. But the InDesign size document is the trim size.
Okay.
I don't want an okay just because you want me to shut up. I want an okay because you got
Well,
it.
no, I'm just, so if you were asking me what the bleed size would be, I think my answer was correct, but the trim size would have to be a 1/4 inch shorter.
Yeah, so when we say we set up a document in InDesign to fit this photo that's gonna need a bleed, the size that we're talking about is the trim size.
Trim
Don't
size.
the bleed size only matters for Photoshop, and that's what we had to do. We had to go and resize it in Photoshop to fit in here. We had to check that we needed an extra 1/8 of an inch and all that. So we added it to the right side only. But now in InDesign, when we say what's the template size, the document size is always going to be the trim
Trim
size.
size.
Photoshop is always extra. Okay. The
Okay.
image size has to be extra. So Patty, I know that you won't be doing this portion of it, but that's okay. The concept of bleed and trim, though, hopefully is something that made sense to you. Do you have any questions about that?
That makes sense to me. Like, you always want to make sure it at least extends to the bleed so that, if there's like when you're printing it and then like you're cutting it, it'll just cut and no white line or something of that sorts
Okay.
stays.
Yeah. So the document size in InDesign is smaller than the photo that we're bringing in because we need it to spill over, right? And the amount that it needs to spill over is at a minimum the bleed size. You can make it even bigger, but why bother when you really need only that much to be cut off? Okay. Now, I personally would have gone in and done something about this little edge here with some retouching because now that's kind of weird to have that little dark spot there. But so if I go into Photoshop and I want to, because that bugs me, maybe I can retouch that or something. But right now, I don't care so much as what I want is to make sure that we got that tip of the nose in. Now, Eric, I know that you weren't able to do the generative expand, but how did that work for you in InDesign? Were you able,
Oh.
does that make sense what we were saying about bleed,
Yeah,
not bleed?
it does make sense. It's just I can't extend it out. I tried to just have like a white blank space, but it still is trying to use generative fill. And it
Yeah.
just keeps telling me feature is not available. So
Yeah, yeah, it just can't do it in InDesign. It's okay. All right. So now I'm gonna save this InDesign document. We're just gonna call it let's call it the same thing, which was retouching dash generative expand, just so that it and ends up in the same spot in Bridge right next to it, but it's an InDesign document. So when I go into InDesign, it'll show. When I go into Bridge, it'll show it. And then we're going to, I'm going to show you my Bridge. So here's Bridge. Bridge is what you're seeing, right? So now I have,
In InDesign.
I'm showing you InDesign. Oh, it doesn't want, here's Bridge. Thank you. So now here I have my three next to each other. I have my original retouching JPEG that had no nose. Then I have the PSD that we made where we created new space in front of his nose and we resized that. And then I have the template .indd in InDesign where I created it 1/4 of an inch smaller than my Photoshop size was so that I could have the rest of that spill into the bleed for it to be correct. All right. Now, we didn't do any screenshot of the InDesign, but that's fine. I mean, if you guys can do that and add it was more about the calculations. Maybe I should do a screenshot of the chat. There, I'm gonna do a screenshot of the chat right now, and I'm gonna go and put that in our chat. Is that already break time? That was my alarm for break time. That's crazy. How quick does it go? The InDesign template has to be created 1/4 of an inch smaller than the photo. Now, right now, this is kind of backwards. Most of the times, this is just for you guys to understand bleed and everything, but most of the times you don't have that freedom to make your InDesign any size, right? Because what you need to do is have what's the size of the product? It's going to be a poster. It comes this size. It comes that size. It's a postcard. It's a half poster. It's a small. There's all these different sizes that are set in stone, and then you need to put your image into it, right? But I'm just trying to show you what it all means when we're talking sizes. Okay. When next thing we're going to be doing is actually going in and figuring, well, what happens if this is going into the internet and it's going to be screen? What do we do with this image? How do we resize is what things do I need to take into consideration? So this is a good time, since my alarm just went off for break, it's a good time to do the break. No, my alarm is early on break. No, it's set up for my class that was going to be short. It's early for the break. I'm looking at the time. It's too early for the break. So let's not do a break. Plus Patty just arrived, so let's do a bit of work. Yeah, I was looking at the time and going, why did my alarm ring? It's just, I have it set for an early break. Okay, so let me actually go to my alarm and fix that, because then it's not going to ring, and then I'm going to ignore our real break time. I thought I had fixed that. Maybe I did. I put a new alarm on, but I forgot to take this one off. Okay, so we're going to do a break in a few more minutes, and this in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, we're going to get started with another area. Okay, that feels better. It seemed a bit too soon. Okay, so now I'm going to share my screen again. And let's go back to Photoshop. All right, so now this image is in Photoshop. Just so that Patty can follow along, and since it doesn't matter if we're in this one or not, save this. Let's close it and let's open the original one, because this stuff she'll have to do with the video, and it'll give us all different numbers. So let's close this guy. Let's go back to Bridge and let's open the original JPEG again. And oh, I double clicked and it's opening up in beta again. I forget that. This is not even the latest beta, so I need to get rid of that. And go back here and right click and open it in Photoshop 2026. Nope. I open it in Illustrator. Okay, Diana, right click, open with Photoshop 2026. There we go. Now I have all these versions. All right. So we're back to the original retouching JPEG. So we're back to the cutoff tip. Okay. So let's go ahead and here, can I show you my handouts? Remember what I said? I showed this a little bit earlier, that for print, we cared about the amount of pixels per size and woof, and the resolution, and it's CMYK. But now for screen, it's going to be RGB. And what matters is final file size. How many megabytes big is this file? And how much we're going to compress it for it to fit our document. Now, this is a pretty big file that we're using right now to start with. If we went into Bridge, we already saw that it had started out as a 72 ppi image that shows us 62 inches. We went into image size for the PSD and we actually changed it to 300 ppi. We ended up with 298 so that we could have a round number to do our calculations, but basically this is about 300 ppi, which made it a much more handleable 15 inches, but we didn't change the file size nor the pixels. And yet the file size here, so here's the pixels, but my file size here seems much bigger. Look at the number. It says 157 megabytes. Look at how big this one is. It's only it's not 155, it's 1.5 megabytes. What? Between that one and this one? I mean, we expanded it a teensy bit, the tip of the nose, but why is that so much bigger? The pixels changed a tiny bit. You had 4480 pixels in my original one, went to 4704. So that can't be it. Anyone else have any idea why we went from 1.5 megabyte to 157 megabytes?
Layers.
Yes. That's because it's a layered file, and not only any old layered file, but it's a layered file that has generative expand tools used and things like that. So all of that is because that is a layered file with work done on it. Okay? It's got nothing to do, whenever people say, oh, that file is so big, you can, file size when you have a PSD is completely unrelated to the pixels. So sometimes people think, oh, the file size is so big, it must have more pixels than another one. It so happens that we added a few pixels in here, but that is inconsequential. It's not the reason that that became 150 say. If this one, we had just added a few pixels and flattened it, we might have a 1.8 megabyte file. You know what I mean? It would have been a certain amount. So that has to do with how much compression the image has. Now, this is a lot of pixels. This is a big image. And if you look at an image that also has a lot of pixels over here, it doesn't matter, another one. It's 3,000 by 4,000, so that's a lot less. I mean, that's almost half. If you think about it. Not half, but 1/3 less. And yet it's 8.9 megabytes. So why was this one 1.5 megabyte with so many more pixels? How about, is someone trying to say something? No. How about this JPEG, the original Getty image JPEG? It was only 1,500 pixels and it's half, so 442 kilobytes is half a megabyte. So it's about half a megabyte, but it's many pixels less than this one, which is many more pixels, but it's only 3 times as big, but this is many more pixels than 3 times as big. So what I'm showing you is that pixels and file size are not related. Does that make sense? It's got nothing to do. File size, when it first comes out of your camera, just out of the camera, your camera shoots whatever it shoots at whatever power it has, however many pixels it has to collect pixels. It's up to you, your camera, your phone, whatever you're taking pictures with. But that is what we call straight out of camera, SOC. The file straight out of camera has a certain size, and whatever that size is or isn't is not related. So here I have another one that's 4,000 by 3,000, and it's only 6.8. Anyway, so it's all this different stuff. Here we have an image. It's been downloaded from a sample file place, right? I didn't take this photo. And it's got a lot of pixels, but it's been compressed to the point that it's a pretty small file size. So it's already had a lot of its original quality, I wouldn't say destroyed, but affected, because it was compressed tightly to become a small file, so that when people go to that sample file size and download it, they don't download a humongous file. Does that make sense, you guys? When we talk about compression, if I hit select this one here, 1,200 pixels, it's, again, this is almost 1 megabyte. Okay, 962 kilobytes is almost 1 megabyte. And it's only 1,200 pixels versus this one's only 1.5 megabyte, and it's 4,000 by 6,700. It's a ton more. So this is a highly compressed image. Okay. All right. So what are we talking about? Compression and not compression. What do we mean about that? Let's go ahead and we're going to open 2 different files for this exercise. We're going to use the one that we've used, which is this guy's face. And, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. We are going to, is it this one? Yeah. We're going to also open, don't have a really small, here, this one's better. You'll see why later. It's not that it's a better photo or anything. It was better for my example. Let's go to this one and open this one as well. It doesn't have many pixels though. Hold on. This one has many pixels. So I'm gonna go with one that has a lot of pixels. Okay, this will work. Let me see. I'm looking for some smooth. This will work. Okay, let's open this one that's Clouds White. Once I explain the process, you'll understand better why. And I don't want to spend a ton of hours on this because I could spend all class long and I don't want to spend all class long. Oh, sorry, I double clicked and it again is opening in Photoshop Beta. You don't see that because it's behind the scenes, but it's opening in the wrong Photoshop. And I keep forgetting because I'm so accustomed to double clicking. Okay, right click, open Photoshop 2026, 27. Okay, so now I have both of them open. Okay. Now, they're both high. Let me go back again down here where I showed you earlier. And Patty, you didn't see this, but down here, I don't have to go all the way back to bridge if I don't want to. I can go over here. And originally, you probably don't have it turned on, but yours is probably set up in document size. And when you click on this little arrow down here, you can change document dimensions, document profile. So when I hit over document dimensions, this one here is telling me that this is 62 inches by 93 inches at 72 ppi. Before we had shifted it to 300 ppi, so it became 15 or so inches, but now it's back to its original JPEG. So it's 72 ppi, so it's a ton of inches. The file size for something like that, when I go up to document sizes, there it is. It's telling me it's 86 megabytes. It's like 86 megabytes. Hold on. In Bridge, you told me that it was only 1.5 megabyte. You see that? It's like something's strange. Something's not right here. In Photoshop, it says it's 86 megabytes. Well, when you open it up in Photoshop, it kind of like expands again, so to say, all that compression. And I don't know the technical reason why, but this number is not the number that we're going to be using when we compress it because 86 megabytes is not the final size of this image. Someone explained to me once, an article, a tutorial, there's like 85 mathematical equations you can do to get to why the 1.5 megabytes turned into 86 over here. Just bear with it. It doesn't matter. Just showing you that this isn't the size that we need. Right now, the size that we need, if we're going to go to the internet, is the one that Bridge is showing us right here, the 1.55 megabytes.
Deanna, I had a quick question.
Yeah.
So when I was also, comparing the document dimensions and sizes for the man picture, the picture with the man,
Yeah.
yours says I think 85 megabytes. Mine says like it's about 24. So I don't know if I opened the picture up wrong or if it's just like maybe it's
How
just
about you
different.
guys? What does it say for you guys? Anyone else? Because
Yeah,
that
I'm also happy to share my screen too.
yeah, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
You know what? It's the one image. Does anyone else? Can anyone else tell me what it is?
Yeah, mine is flipped. Mine says the width is 44.82 and height is 69.82.
Yeah, so this one is yeah, this is the picture I opened. I don't know if I opened it correct.
Hold on. This is very important what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
You created it into a layered file. Even though you have nothing there,
Oh.
don't have
Mm-hmm.
the beginning image. You were kind of trying to begin to do the Gen expand, whatever you were trying to do, but this is not the same file that I have. I have a
Okay.
flat beginning file with nothing else. So that already makes a difference. That said, you still have a smaller file than I have. Let's go ahead and leave that as is. Go back to Bridge and open it again,
Okay.
and let me see, because it doesn't even have the file name. So that's what I'm surprised.
Oh, okay. So when I do, oh
JPEG.
yeah.
So we have a flat original. Okay, see the numbers are like mine now.
Mm-hmm.
Now over here, you're creating something else. And so you can't go by those numbers right now.
Okay.
This
I'm
is
just
the
gonna,
flat.
I'm
No,
just
that's
gonna
okay. Good
X
question.
that out then.
No, I mean, keep using it. It doesn't.
Oh,
But we're not going to be doing we're not going to be doing right now to that one, the stuff that you're doing. So the reason I came to this one, keep that open and keep working on the general exam, but go back to the
mhm.
one that you just opened for the exercise we're doing now. That way we're all on the same spot.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
so Moni, you said yours is
I
what?
fixed it. I fixed it.
Okay.
It's all good.
All right. So you're all with me now? Peggy, Patty, Howard, Eric. Okay. So, my alarm did go off, and since we're not deep into the weeds of the compression tool, how about we stop right now, respond to my alarm as I should, which is paying attention to it because usually I ignore it, and let's take our break and then we're going to come back. What time is it? 6:47. So let's be back at 6, no, it'll be 7:02. Am I right? Is that 15 minutes? Do I have that right?
Yes, that'll
Okay.
be, yeah.
All right. See you guys in 15. All right, I'm back and I'm wearing a jacket and I have some warm tea in my hands.
Nice.
All right. I was getting kind of cold. All right. Cool. So give me a yes if you're back there lurking unseen, to know that you're around. Cool. And hmm. Oh, I guess I should open this thing for tea to come out. Mm. Oh, that feels so nice. All right. There we go. Put you guys up here. And share my screen. And here we go. Photoshop and Bridge. Let me just do Photoshop and Bridge for now. Okay. Back to Photoshop. All right. So, we were talking about the difference. So anyway, here's the retouching image. Here's the white clouds image. We're going to stop with the retouching image. But if something doesn't happen on this one, and you'll see what later, then we're going to refer to the clouds image. But for now, let's stick with this one that we've been working on. So we already saw that the image size box is how we actually worked with it to change it to 300 to give us the right size and all that kind of stuff. But this box depends on resolution mattering and bunches of other stuff mattering, which in reality do not matter at all when we go to the internet. Because to go to the internet or anything that's on a screen, so when I say the internet, people, it's web pages, websites, mobile apps, banners, any of those kind of things. But I also told you that screen refers to things like a PowerPoint presentation or a movie or stuff like that. So in this case, PowerPoint presentation, movie, those are things that kind of come encapsulated as a file on its own that you would have to transfer somewhere, especially a PowerPoint presentation to show, and you're taking it to the 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 place where you're going to do a presentation, all that kind of stuff. But lately, we don't carry them in little flash drives. We still transfer them on the internet, right? We might share our PowerPoint presentation, put it on a in the cloud, or when you get there, we're going to download it to show it, or you might show it online, or even a movie is going to be streamed into our houses. So even though these are formats in the past might have been independent from the internet or streaming in one way or another, now they're not anymore either. Not even that kind of thing is really independent from having to be shown in some way or another through streaming. But especially the internet. I mean, when I'm talking to you guys, I don't need to be sharing the screen. I'm going to look at each other for a little bit. So for the internet, what matters is that the file has to be as small as possible. For people who care about how good something looks, like if this is your art piece, your portfolio piece, your photograph, your movie, you want it to look as good as possible, right? So here we've got like two competing interests, because you want it to look as good as it can be, but it has to be as small as possible. Why? For the internet to be able to download it into people's devices as fast as possible. So it's not about when I finish my image and upload it to the internet, be it in whatever mode or format we've just talked about. I have time to upload it fast. The issue is when people go to the site and view my photo, and they want to view it because it's on a web page, it's downloading it, it's on a phone that they're looking at it, if it's on the computer looking at it, the computer sitting on their screen on their desktop and it's connected to the internet, it'll pop in fast no matter what size it is. But more and more people are watching the internet or things, Facebook or social media, whatever they're doing when they're on the walk, and they're running, they're at a cafe where maybe they don't connect to the internet, so they're using data. So for whatever reason, it still matters to get those files as small as possible, because now that everyone has fast internet, you would have thought it didn't matter anymore, except for now it is, because it's back to having people who are mobile and attending conferences while they're, at the beach or whatever. Um, they need to have data that makes that download fast. So the downloads of the image matters. If someone goes to your website and they have to wait for the image to load, you have 3 seconds before people make a decision to go to another website that might have a better results for you, right? So you've lost that client if you've waited too long to show you your photo. So the file has to be as small as possible. Ideally, your entire web page has to be smaller than 1 megabyte. Now, when I say the entire web page smaller than 1 megabyte, I mean it. How about if you have 5 photos on that web page? Or if you go to the internet now, here, let me share my screen. How many, here, I'm going to go just to share my entire screen. How many web pages can you go to right now that have less than 1 photo? I don't know, the Weather Channel, whatever. Here we go. Here I have images, photos, 1, 2, 3 videos, text, another image. These are actually little thumbnails of videos. Another one, another one, another one. And it keeps going down and down and down and down. You know how things go down now. This is one web page. And all of these are images that are popping into this web page. Does that make sense? We're not talking about the one photo you made that looks really good. All of this adds up. And if this whole web page needs to be ideally under 1 megabyte, then what size does your photo have to be? Now, if we go to a different kind of website where they're showing things that are a bit prettier, I don't know, National Geographic, where they really do care about the size of, but the quality of their images. Say I go to National Geographic. Here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little thumbnails, 6 little thumbnails, and 2 main images. Okay. If I go to view one of these, I don't know, animals or wombats. Oh, I guess I don't have an account in here, so I can't do that. So let me undo. Basically, all of this is adding up. Okay. So we won't really see this photo until we click on it to see it bigger, but right now we're seeing it in this size here. It better be good enough. So just looking at this page, if I'm going to get a little bit closer up, look at how bad the quality of this photo is. I'm going to copy and send you guys this link because I don't know what this photo is all about. I've never seen this in National Geographic. I wasn't expecting it, but it's really, really blurry. If you want to click on the link, you'll see. And on top of that, as I approach, can you tell that it has some like bands of color here on the sky? I don't know if you can tell really well, but it's really out of focus. That's what shocks me the first. When I get really up close, I see the pixelation, but normally you don't get so close. You see it from this distance. This, on the other hand, if I get closer, doesn't seem to have any weird pixelation or stuff. I mean, the light is blown out, but that's the way the photo is. Now, the reason I'm looking at these things is to show you when it matters and it doesn't matter. These little tiny, these are called thumbnails. It can be whatever quality they are. No one's going to like get really much bigger to try to see it. So if I really do try to get much bigger, look at, it's a blur of pixels. It's not really a high quality image. Does that make sense? So what size it needs to be shown at does matter. If your image is going to be, I don't know, 50 pixels by 50 pixels, then whatever you do with it, it doesn't matter. It's still going to look good in tiny. This is a surprise. This is rare to see a photo, especially in National Geographic, that already it was looking off from the beginning. Plus it's a landscape. It's not like it's a special image. But what matters is when you actually do click on it, when this fills the screen, is it a different image? Is it the same image? Most of the times nowadays, it's the same image. It's just that it's been reworked to show itself differently. It's been a year or so since I've taught the web class, but when I teach the web class in Photoshop for the web, I teach you how to create an image that will show itself, display itself on a website differently depending on what screen you're looking at it from. Are you looking at it in a little phone, on a little tablet, on an iPad, on a small desktop, on a mini laptop, or on a big laptop? And you just modify your web page code in order for it to show better. So what do we do in Photoshop? We have to try to get that image to look the best it can look at the smallest file size it can look, but we need to know how many pixels it needs to be displayed at. That's the main thing we need to know. I see there's a hand up for a minute, Patty, but so how would you know if you're posting if your photo has to show up in, say, your website, and your website looks like this, and you're your own webmaster, then you have to go to the person who sells you the website page, maybe Squarespace or whatever, and ask them, what size do my photos need to be? Or in Facebook, you can go to Facebook and find out what size your photos to be. And I'm kind of saying Facebook in particular. It can be any of these social media sites, image size 2025. And you can look it up, and there is information about how big that file has to be, how many pixels it has to be for an image, for a story, for a square post, for vertical post, for landing, but whatever it might be. So in this case is 1280 by 190, for example. So let's say that that's what we're gonna use, for example, for our assignment. Now, yes, Patty?
Hi, yeah. I guess this is more of just like a overall, like a, I don't know what type of question this is, but basically I was visiting different types of websites that, you were saying like are
Mhm.
lower quality when you visit them. So I went to the Apple website, um, but I was a little confused because when I'm looking at some of these pictures, they look really good and crisp and clear. And um, does
Mhm.
it also just, I guess, have the same theory of like it's
Oh, yeah.
technically just
Yeah,
compressed?
yeah,
I
yeah. I'm not going to say that you need, no, my point is that you don't have to make them look bad. I was really surprised when I went to Geographic was to
oh.
show you how good they usually look. I'm really surprised that they don't. But yeah, when you go in here, look at that photo. It's amazing, right? But how many photos does this page have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this isn't Facebook anymore. So there's about 9 photos here. So we're gonna learn how to make our photos look as good as they can be, but still be small. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. But that's why I usually give these examples as good examples, and thanks for reminding me. Yeah, Apple has really good quality images, but normally when I went to National Geographic, I wanted to show you how this one was good quality. So I'm surprised by that one. Um, but even if you go to the weather app, most of these still look good. It's just that when you try to expand one of these and suddenly make them be what they're not supposed to be, that's when you can see how it breaks down. But who does that? That is a thumbnail. The thumbnail has to be that size, and at that size, it looks great. Okay. Um, anyway, but yeah, see how beautifully crisp and clear these photos are. So let's go to Photoshop. We're not starting with the photo that is as crisp and clear as the one, but if you actually go up to his eyes, look at how crisp and clear his eyelashes are, and this part of his eyebrow, like the center of his eyeball, that is very, very sharp, okay? So we're going to keep that in mind as an image that's sharp right now, as the part of this photo that's the sharpest. And we're going, and this is already out of focus, but because it's out of focus, not because there's something wrong, like the cheek or whatever, it's just the way the photo was taken. So anything that's on the plane of his eyebrow, his eyelashes, and this part of his mustache is going to be absolutely sharp. That has to do with photography. I'm not going to get into the whole detail of plane of focus, but all of that is really sharp. All right. So our goal is to take this file and make it as small as we can be. We're going to go up to File, and oh my God, and we're going to go to export, sorry, export. And it's in the file export that we're going to find anything that has to do with going to screen. And we have a couple of quickies, and we have something here that says Save for Web specifically, or we have export as. Now let's go to export as, which is the most, it's interesting. Save for Web used to say legacy. Let me just explore it for a second. We're going to go to export as, but I want to see what they did with the save for Web because that used to be the legacy version and it even said legacy. Ah, they've created a new version of this. I like that. Okay, I might end up using this one to teach later, but for now, I'm going to go back to export as because I used to like save for web more than export as to teach, not to use. And you'll see why. But for now, let's go to export as. It doesn't say legacy anymore. I guess they've updated it to the right sizes. But anyway, here we go. Here's my export as window. Now, if you guys have it shown up small, let's make it bigger. Am I sharing the window? Are you guys seeing it? Guess because I'm
Yes.
sharing the entire window is a bit too much. Okay. So the reason I like the other one better, and I haven't taught that in years, the Save for Web, is because it has 4 up versions, and here you only have 2 up. And I'll explain that after we do this, and you'll see why, but never mind. Here we go. Export as. We head over here, make sure it says preview. Head over to the right, and if you've never used this before, it's probably set at PNG. Like that would be, I think, the default setting when it first comes up. And so what it's trying to do is show you this image as a PNG with transparency. PNG files are always going to be bigger than JPEGs. We don't want a PNG. A PNG has an important place, but it's not for photos. It's for things that have transparency. So if this were a cutout logo, right? Then in the outlet, say this was like, a mountain or something logo. It would not fit into a rectangle. It would be just the triangular mountain logo or a circular logo. So you'd want a PNG because you'd need that to have that transparency around it. But for photography, we never need that. So we want the smallest file possible, PNG, although it's good quality and it doesn't do a lossy compression, which is why it's better quality. It's not going to be a smaller file. So we're going to go to JPEG, which is the smallest file possible. So for photos, we're going to go to JPEG. Notice over here on the left side, let me go and show you for a second. You don't have to just look at me. When I go to PNG, hold on, it was showing me that this photo for these many pixels was going to be 15 megabytes, far from the 1 megabyte that I want. When I go down to JPEG, and all I've done is go to JPEG, I haven't changed anything else, it is already down to 2.4 megabytes, right? Now, that's because it's already applying compression. So when I first get into JPEG mode, the default setting shows up right here in quality 6. Let's push it all the way up to quality 7, which is high quality. And then look over here. And now it's telling me that that's going to be, whoops, I moved it up. It's going to be 4.2 megabytes. Now, at this high quality, 4.2 megabytes, my image is being compressed already. Let's have this be our preview sample. It's not good enough. 4.2 megabytes is too big. Let's head up to the 2 up. So now it's going to give me 2 versions so we can compare. So here we have the JPEG 4.2 megabytes, 4,000 pixel by 67,000 pixels, 6,700 pixels. Now the second version right here. Okay, so this is the preview version. Sorry, the big one. Click on this one so you see the blue change, and this one we're going to bring it down to 0, to low quality. So the most compressed that we can, like as highly compressed as we can. And we're going to look over here, and the most we can compress this many pixels at the lowest quality compression is still 300 KB. 300 KB is basically 1/3 of a megabyte-ish, meaning 1,000 KB would be 1 megabyte. Okay, so that's not bad. If this is going to be a big image in my story, okay, that's quite a bit less than 1 megabyte. But I'm asking for this image to be humongous. And a lot of the times we don't need this image to be humongous. But before we care about how big or small or whatever the file is, let's go see what happened to the quality. Because this image has tremendous amounts of detail. And what I mean by detail is there's very few just smooth areas with no texture. And these images are at 15%. We're going to go ahead and go plus, 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 because you should never look at an image at less than 100% of quality. And we're going to head over to the eyeball. So I went to 100%. And here is highest quality compression, meaning less compression than possible. And here is very, very highly compressed, low quality photo, high compression, low quality photo, less compression, high quality photo, less compression, technically low quality photo, high compression. Okay, so it's kind of like inverse. The words are a bit confusing, but it's inverse. So now I look at all of this, which is very detailed. Tell me, how different does it look to you?
Mine is very pixelated.
I
They're-
I
On
also
the-
agree.
They're
What's
pretty
that?
close.
Yeah, so Moni has seen it pretty pixelated. Howard said, I think it was Howard who said pretty close. How
Yeah, I
about
think-
me, Eric, and Patty? What are you?
Mine looks
So
pretty
the iris
close
looks a
too.
little bit different, less detail, but otherwise pretty clear.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm going to go up to 200 because on a retina screen that I have, you can see the details a little bit more. Here we go. This is the eyelashes, the most focused part of this image on the left side. And if you look at the eyelashes here, do you see all those little like fuzzinesses next to it?
Yeah.
That's JPEG compression. And you might need to do it yourself. Go up to 200%. Make sure you went to low quality. Basically, in the detail, it's hard to see much of a difference. If you're trained to see it, Moni has been doing this for longer, she could see it. I can see it. The skin here is looking blotchy. Here is not looking blotchy, but in particular, look at the shadow in here and here. And in here, I see smooth shadows, and here I see little pixels in the shadow area, but mainly in the eyelashes, I see that all these lines have a whole bunch of pixels around them. But this is all a detailed area. And then the details, the compression can hide the junk. But let's go to a smooth area. Let's go to this little piece right under the eyelashes and see how smooth it's here. And look at over here how pixelated this is. Can you see the pixels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can see it in my video of what I'm sharing. Let me reshare to show just my Photoshop window so you don't have it as big as everything else. Okay, so see how smooth it's here and how pixelated it is here?
Mm-hmm.
Head to where it's really going to make a difference. Let me head to the smooth area of this image. What's the smooth area of this image? That background that we had after his face ends. Now look how smooth this is, and look at this banding that's happening here on this side. Can you see how the colors divide into lots of pixels? It's just such subtle color that you can't really tell so much. Can you guys see it yet, or is it
Mhm.
still hard to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I can see it.
Okay, I heard Peggy kind of go, yeah, how about Harold?
At 200%, I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm on a Retina screen. So at 200% is equivalent to 100% on a screen that's not Retina screen. So it depends on yours. So this is what's considered 100% for a Retina screen. So you guys look at it at 100% if you need to on your screen, or go out to 200%. But this is what we're looking for, that breakdown. This is called banding. It's hard in this image, and this is why I said if we can't really see much in this image, then we'll go to the clouds. But over here where I'm seeing the end of the head and beginning to see the head, so you see, look at all the banding that goes on onto the edge of this image. Okay, now let me zoom down again. From afar, you couldn't see it. even at 100% now that I know what to look at. See over here? This is 100% now. Now I can see that banding. But this is a very smooth, non-color image, and it might look like, yeah, so what? It still looks good. Look at the detail on the nose. The nose looks almost identical. Whenever there's detail, all those JPEGs hide themselves. Oh, here comes Odessa. Okay, so when there's detail, you can compress much more because it looks great. This mouth, yeah, doesn't seem to change much. But in the smooth areas is where you really see the problem. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this. Hi, Odessa. I'll cancel this for a minute. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys in the clouds over here. I'm going to do something similar. Don't do it for now. I'm just going to show you this, and later we can come and work on this one. But see how there's that smooth area in the, here, let me go to 2 up, and then the second one, I'm going to go allow. I'm going to go see all this smooth stuff in the sky. Go to 100%, 200%. I switched the order of things. Now this is the one that's low quality. And can you see the banding in the sky? Here, let me high quality on this one. And one over the other, look at the sky there. All this banding versus this one. Look at all this over that one. You see that? Versus when you go to the cloud area, they look kind of fine. It's in the smooth areas that it breaks down. And I just thought, and this one you could see it even at a further, like even at 100%, you can see the banding in there. And you need to get accustomed to it, but over here you can really see it, all the little bits and pieces. Right. I'm going to cancel that one. Head back to this one. So Odessa, we're talking about what needs to happen to an image to give it JPEG compression. If you're going to send it to the web and you want it to have the best quality it can have. Okay. So now, if you want to open this image, and then once you're in Photoshop, we're open in Photoshop, and then we went to File, Export As. And this is where we were when you caught us up. So here's I'm replicating again what you guys have now. And this second one, we're going to go low quality. Okay, so this is what we have. Now from afar at 15% with trained eyes, I can see that this looks smooth and I see the banding there. Can you guys see the banding there? And we're at 15%, but do you see like lines there? Nope. It's okay if you don't, but yeah, Patty sees it.
Yeah, I
There's
see
like
that on my end.
little
When I'm
lines.
doing it on my
Not
own.
even here, maybe at 25%, you can see that over there. So it's not about 2% or not. It's there. It's just that you have to zoom in to see it better. But look at these lines here around his face, and here they're not. That's the banding that happens because when you reduce it in quality so much, it just doesn't have millions of colors to play with, and it can't gradate colors. It has to jump from color to color. It only has maybe 15 colors to use for this background. So it jumps from color to color instead of smoothly go through all the colors. Anyway, again, I know I'm not making my case with you too much when you see the rest of the face, because the rest of the face is pretty much good. Okay. So if you have a photo that's all detail, yeah, go ahead. You can get away with compressing a ton. But when you have smooth areas, you have to be very careful, which is why, in fact, when we went, let me reshare my entire screen for a second. When we went to this National Geographic, that I was surprised to see banding over here. And you're like, what do you mean? Yeah, if I go up, look at the sky now, you might be able to see that there's banding over here, which I'm going to move my mouse out, but look over here. You can see the bands in that sky, which I wasn't expecting that would happen in the National Geographic page. On the other hand, we went to this Apple page and everything is like gorgeous. And it's so beautiful. There's nary a little banding line anywhere. Okay. I have a feeling, and I'm not sure, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling, guys, that this is an illustration and not a photo. I'm pretty sure that's an illustration and not a photo.
Do you mind if I ask why you think that? Because that's so interesting. I thought it was a picture personally.
It could be a really good photo, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It's too ultra crisp even for a photo. But I'm not sure. I'm just saying it looks like an illustration, but I don't know. I'm just a gut feeling because you see all that texture there, but does I don't know, isn't this smoother? Anyway, I'm gonna back off of that. I don't know. It looks to me like an illustration, like a very good quality illustration, but I could be completely wrong. Anyway, back to Photoshop. To get this crispness, you have to take a picture that we don't even have to work with, okay? Because that image, we're not starting with that crispness, but this one has lots of detail versus this photo, and this is why I'm thinking this photo has no detail. It's smooth, 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 smooth. So with any kind of compression, it's so hard to get that smoothness and no JPEG artifacts whatsoever. That's why I'm thinking that I don't know. That one looks more like a photo. Anyway, I'm going to stop obsessing over Apple. I'm going to go back over here and tell you what we do need to do. First of all, this image, even at its lowest quality, is still 300 KB. Ideally, we're going to want a photo to be, ideally, under 100 KB. Depending, now, if this is going to be it, this whole web page is going to have this hero image of this guy in this photo, then maybe it can be bigger, right? But for the most part, that's not how it works. Most times we have many images in a page. So one thing that we haven't considered yet at all is the fact that we have all of our pixels in this image. And remember that when we went to the internet, one of the things I went into social media images, I went here to Facebook image size, but then I went to this one. And when you read it, what sizes you need a page to be at, well, and I went just to Facebook, a profile picture is one of those little inserts, tiny, and it says 196 pixels per pixel. That's a thumbnail. If the post is going to be a landscape image, 1,000. If it's going to be a vertical image, 1,000. So the width is always 1,000 by whatever it ends up being. And we have a vertical image. So let's stick to maybe if this is going to be a post, a Facebook post, to 1,000 by 1359 or something like that, right? If it's a cover photo, they want 1,500. If it's going to be part of your feed, they want it to be 1,400. Oh, if it's an ad. For an ad, they want even better quality. For a story, they want 1,400. For a reel, 1,400. Okay, so there's more and more pixels over here. Let's just go with, you just want this image to be a smaller one than all of these. A vertical image, so this is smaller than many of these sizes. It's going to be 1,080, 1080 by whatever it falls. Let's go into Photoshop. And if we head over here, let's make it also be high quality first. So we're equivalent, okay? Both of them are high quality. But now let's go and take this 4480 and go down to 1080. So we're taking a ton of pixels out. Now that is still the same, but when you hit tab or click on this one, it automatically reduces itself to proportional. So on this one, 1080 by 1620. Let's just stick to the 1080. So we scaled it down a ton. Look what happens when I look over here. We went from 4.2 megabytes on this one when I hold on to this one. And when I click on this one, still high compression, I'm already at less than one megabyte, okay? So taking off pixels is the first thing we need to do. but we're not going to make it too small. You're going to make it as small as whatever its needs are, right? Now, this is kind of comfortable because I told you, oh, look, the post says it has to be one of the small numbers. What if it had to be one of the bigger numbers? Then we'd be above 1 MB again. But also, what if it's going to be for a website, not for social media? Then you have to ask the webmaster. If you're the webmaster, then ask the company that you are using to post your images, right? You need to find out what sizes do need to be. Many times in the past, you could get away with smaller sizes, but now with high resolution images, you're kind of going up again. A phone needs a higher resolution image sometimes than a desktop, believe it or not, because phones are so, their screens are such high resolution. So 1,000 is a pretty small-ish photo for a website. You know, a Facebook post. As soon as I go up to say 1,500, then already we're back up to 1.6 MB. So this is a bit more reasonable for a a photo. But let's go ahead and, so let's change it to a 1,500, which might be a bit more logical, other than for a small site. And now let's say, okay, if that's the size my photo has to be, I can't go any smaller. And this is something that at some point, just like in print, there's when you need an 8x10 photo, you don't want a 5x7, you need an 8x10. You're kind of stuck to that, right? So if these are the pixels that your company, your webmaster, your whatever says you need to do, now we need to work on getting it down to ideally less than 1 MB is only if it's going to be the one photo on the whole image. Ideally, we said less than 100 KB. Can we do that? Well, then we still grabbing the compression and we start compressing it down to 6. We're at 600 KB, down to 5, at 300 KB. So you go down as long as your photo can take it. So now let's go up to 100% again. As long as your image doesn't get too ruined, I'm at 4 right now. This image is very easy to compress because there's really not much bad happening on the background. Other images you can't compress past 6. I went all the way down to 4 and I'm at 161 KB. So pretty much what we wanted without much destruction of the image, right? I might even be able to push it down to 3 and get it at 100 KB. No, but already I'm really seeing the banding there. At 4, it was hiding a little bit more, but at 3, the banding was pretty intense. Anyway, depends on how sensitive you are and how much it bugs you, but that there is unacceptable banding for me. I'm going to go to 4. It's banding, it's banded, but it's in the background. I can take it. So that's as small as I would send this image out and still be okay with that being on the internet with my name on it, so to say. Does that make sense? You play between these numbers, compress it as far as you can, as long as you don't lose the quality that you want to keep. And then we go to what matters in this photo, which is the part that's in sharp, which is the eyeball. And we go, oh, we're fine. I'm fine with that. Okay. We managed to get it to the size we wanted it to. Had we had less pixels, it would have been easier. With more pixels, it would have been almost impossible. All right. So once we get to this number, hi, Paula, thanks for joining us. So Paula and Odessa, you guys are joining us right now. So I'm going to finish this concept before there's anything you can really join. So just watch this little bit. And then we'll-
Hi. Sorry, I forgot to let you know that I was not going to be able to join earlier.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
I was wondering where everyone was, but I'm glad you're
Yeah.
all here. We've been working on how to compress an image and still keep the high quality as much as possible of an image in order to go to the web. So we've managed to get this one to near enough to 100 KB. When you do that, you are making a definite destructive modification, right? So this cannot save over the original file. But the good news is this won't, because you're in an export mode. An export mode is not going to save over. It's not like a save or something like that. It's an export mode. So whatever we're doing here is going to create itself as a separate image from the one that we've been opening it from. So we're okay with that. We look at all the numbers. We're fine. We want to keep that on. If this is an image that you want your copyright information to go on to, you're going to be putting that in the metadata, but you would have had to put it in the metadata first. Right now, if this goes out, when people download it, they won't know who it's from. If you did want to have that there, you can do that in Bridge. You would add all your information to this photo. Right now, we're at the point where even if you put this on, there's no info on it, so it's not going to work. So the internet profile, color profile is sRGB. So you're going to convert to sRGB no matter what it came from. Now, this one was okay, but if you turn this on and off on some images that have skies, there's many places where you'll see a bit of a shift, so you have to be careful with that. But that is the color space of the internet, so it has to go in that way. And now we're going to say export. The thing is, before I hit export, I want to remind myself that I'm saving it as a JPEG, quality 4, 1500 pixels. So it's very different than the original, right? So I'm going to do some of this information in that file name. So I'm going to say that it's quality 4 and that it's 1500 pixels. So when I look at that JPEG later, I'll understand what kind of image is. So we can export so many different versions of this image. This is going to be that version that's quality 4, 1500. For some other project, I might want the quality 7, or I might want the 1,000 pixels, but quality high. It depends. So now I'm going to hit export. And here is where we're going to change that name. So retouching, and I'm going to put in a dash, and I'm going to say 4 quality. For some reason, I put the 4 and the Q before or after, but that's just me. This is just a notation that I have invented for my sakes to understand. You can write quality, whatever you want to write, especially if you're learning, go ahead and write word quality. And then I'm going to put 1500 px pixels. It always, the number is always going to refer to the width. So even if it's vertical or landscape, I just care about the width. The other one will fall wherever it falls. Okay. And then this image cannot be confused then with any other of its version. When I want to use it for something, I'll go, oh, be careful. This one that's been compressed a lot, don't use it for this purpose, use it for another purpose, right? So now when I hit export, I'm going to head over to Bridge. And now I have a 4th one of these images. So now I have the original retouching. I have the PSD where we gave him a nose tip and some space. Then we have the InDesign where we brought it in with bleed. And then we have here the version that we just exported, right? And if you look at the file size here, it's 1500 by 2200 pixels, which is very different than this one, which is 4000 by 67, right? It's only 161 KB, so really tiny, 72 ppi, but nothing here tells you how much compression it has. So other than you putting it on your file name, it doesn't say anywhere how much you compressed it, which, really matters when you're deciding, oh, I have a JPEG of this, I'll send you that one. Well, next thing you know, you've sent in one that has banding and that they can't use. So you have to like distinguish in the file names between all the work that you've done with this image. Okay. If I go back to Photoshop, once I've exported, the export goes away, the export tool goes away, and you're back in your full-size image without any compression on it. Okay. Now, really quickly, I'm going to show you why I used to like showing you, and again, this one isn't such an impressive, some photos you see the difference tremendously, and this one there's only some banding there. But Save for Web, which they had labeled as for legacy, because that's what we used for eons, now they have it enabled again. The reason I liked it for teaching purposes is that it gives you the original and 2-up and 4-up. So you can actually see 4 versions of it. And sometimes those 4 versions really do matter when you're making, the differences. So if this one is going to stay in original mode, optimize, we'll already put it in JPEG. And they used to be able to have more details with the quality. And this is what I liked about that one. Now you have to go from 1 to 6 before you could go right in between. So this is the equivalent of 7 now. So yeah, it's kind of weird that they're putting it in there. Anyway, tip, use file export as for faster way to export assets. But a lot of people are really, really angry that this one disappeared because it gives you more control. So it's interesting that they brought it up. So the second version, I would go ahead and give it a a 6 or 7 quality, and then the 4 up, the last version. I'm just showing you this really quickly for you guys to play with it. The 4 up would be somewhere in the middle, and then this would be the lowest quality, right? So then you'd go to the places where it really mattered, and you could really, really see the progression of it getting progressively worse until you saw it really bad. Now you can't really tell, as I said here so much, but look at how much better this one shows that banding, even though it's the same, it's 0 quality, low quality, it's the same as before, but you can really see it here. Now we've collapsed it to the size of 56 kilobytes, so I've gone even lower than on the other one. Okay. Anyway, just going to cancel that in case you ever want to play with a Save for Web when you really, really, really care about the preciseness. Like if you're going to the Apple website, you would go down to the very nibs of it and really be careful of that. All right. Questions. And by the way, I've noticed that I haven't had you guys do a single screenshot of this whole process. My goodness. And if someone has done it and didn't say so, then good for you for doing it and bad for you for not reminding me. So let's go back to export, quick export as, and I'm going to set it up in a second for our 2 up low quality, which over here we can do a little screenshot of this. I guess I'll do that. Yeah, that's about all I can do right now. But what I'm going to do, where was my, here, quick little post. Ah,
I did it of the eyes. I just did it.
and the eyes, you can tell, yeah, the up close of those eyelashes was pretty clear. Was it edit or file export as? I don't remember if it's file or edit. File, edit export as, right? Or file export as. Okay. Sorry, didn't remember the details. Go to file export as. I just go. I forget where to go. I just go. Export as to prepare an image for the web. Set up the pixel size first, right? You don't want to waste. Check with, and I'm just gonna say the word web designer, webmaster, whatever, so you know it's outside of you, like even if it's on a page online. Then compress the image as much as you can while checking the smooth areas of the image to see, try to get as little compression artifacts as possible. So they're called JPEG artifacts, compression JPEG artifacts, is what you get. And banding, I guess I should add banding. So where's mine? Oh, that's the generative upscale. Here. Okay, so JPEG is a type of compression called lossy compression. So it gives you loss of quality. Versus, remember that at first it tried to save it as a PNG. That's a lossless compression, but in a lossless compression version, it doesn't give you all those JPEG artifacts, but it becomes a bigger file. So you would only use it as when necessary. But quality wise, it won't get those artifacts. So if you have the time and space to have more size to your file, then you might want to consider the quality of it compressed as a PNG might be worth it, because you won't get all of that stuff. You'll just make it as small as you can and it'll do what it can do. Okay. So if I had tried to go with this original image into PNG mode, there's no compression, right? There's nothing I can do. So the smallest it would have been able to do this image at this size would be 15 megabytes. But when we went down to 1500 pixels, it got it down to 3.7 megabytes for the same thing that before we got with compression down to 160 KB or something like that. So as you can see, it doesn't compare. But that's because it's a photo. If this were a logo that's got one flat color, for example, it would have so much less material that it needs to work with that you would get a smaller file after that. Now, we don't need transparency, see? Because there's no transparency in here. So we can uncheck that and suddenly we're down to 2.4 KB. Okay, so yeah, megabyte. So maybe if that's good enough for your quality and that's what you need, you can look at this as big as you want and it's going to be impeccable. It's going to be almost better quality than the one next to, because this one already has some JPEG compression. Okay, so that'll be the equivalent to no, well, it's as best quality as it can be, right? Because it's a lossless compression version. So you might need to use that sometimes in your, now we're going to use PNGs for the web. We're not going to use PNGs for print. However much we say that, we designers, we teachers, we people keep insisting PNG is only for the web. People get accustomed and they start putting in PNGs in print projects, and it's not going to be a killer, but the PNG web, the color mode of a PNG is going to be for web. So you're not going to get the same color results that you're going to get if you're going to CMYK, because a PNG is not supposed to be a CMYK file. There's other negatives to it, but basically, yes. Can you use it? Yeah. Is it advisable? No. Do people still use it? Yeah, because they don't know the difference and they haven't taken a class where they've been told. So anyway, there, I'm off my soapbox as far as PNGs are concerned. They're considered web files, not print files, but people still use them. Nothing's going to stop you from putting one in your PowerPoint. Who cares? But try not to put it in your coffee table book or something that needs really good quality. All right. Let me look at the time. By the way, guys, this is our next to last meeting. We're meeting on Wednesday for the last time. I did want to tell you that there is a class coming up that you might be interested in. Trying to look at my, it's December 5th. It's 2 meetings, and December 12th. It's on Friday, 9 to 1 p.m. And it's called, let me just get the details here. It's Friday, yeah, Friday, 9 to 1 p.m. There we go. And it's that's a CRN, and it's create compelling content. And I'm going to be talking about what kind of materials need to go into, how to create, how to find. So this is not Adobe products, it's stuff that's on the internet. It's figuring out what product, what material you should be choosing to go into your projects, how to get them, where to source free images that are high quality. We're going to start talking about AI, which no matter how much we want to or not, so much is happening around AI right now and generating content. Anyway, using apps that are free on the internet, and mainly the conversation of really choosing what's the best material. It's kind of like before the design process. You need to analyze your product and figure out what's the information you're trying to convey with this product. If you're making a brochure, what's it supposed to say? How come? Why? What reaction do you want from the people who read it? Do you want them to sign up, to donate, to buy, to whatever it is, right? To call, and so what material is appropriate for that, how to work with text and quality and images and all of that. So it's pretty interesting class all around for being able to prepare a project. Let me head over to my current, where's that file? I'm not sharing my screen, am I? No. Create compelling content. Whoa, it's still at 9. I have 9 people there. So that one needs 20 people. So if you're at all interested in it and you think you can do it, please sign up. And if you can't, you can't. That's fine. But that I'd let you know that that one is, it says that it's in person at room 3, but if you let me know that you prefer to take it online, I will treat it as a HyFlex, meaning I will turn on, I like I do all the HyFlex classes. When I'm in the classroom, I turn on the computer there and I do it on Zoom for the people who are on Zoom and in person for the people who come in person. And right now, since it says it's in person and I can't legally say that it's HyFlex, that's what's hurting people's the enrollment. So only people who hear it from me know that. The rest of the people just see it's in person and don't sign up. As of, we're already put through all the permissions. We already started the process. So it'll take another 6 months, at least maybe a year before it goes through the entire approval process before it can be become a HyFlex web thing. But I'm still teaching it that way, even though I officially can't. But it's the only way for people to sign up. Anyway, so don't worry, just let me know and I'll set up a Zoom for it if you're planning to take it. You don't have, but and if you can't come to class, go for it. It's nice to have people there, but if not, I'll still teach it on Zoom. Okay. What else? Let me look at the time. I just had to tell you that. And today, here we go. Okay, so it's 8. We still have some time. Good. Good. All right. So I want to, I have something in the way that I couldn't share. All right. Let me share my screen. Oh, I was sharing my screen. Oh, this whole time has been, oh, so you did see that roster. Okay, good. You saw that there's 9 people then. I thought I hadn't been sharing that portion. All right. Now I had you open the clouds, the white clouds, so you can see the banding a little bit more, but again, it's a photo full of detail. So we can close it. We don't need it right now. I forgot to add a photo that had a good example of bad banding, but for example, this one might have worked. The kitty, if you still don't believe me and you want to try one that has a lot of flat, try the kitty one. That one actually has a whole bunch of great pink gradation there that might show you a better lack of good quality compression. All right. Let's go to Bridge because I once again opened that in the other Photoshop. And I want us to open, I want us to open. Was everyone here last week? Odessa, yeah, you were here at the end, right?
I was here, yeah.
Yeah, you were here. Okay, so hopefully you all have then the InDesign that we've been working with. This one, that brochure parts and pieces that we were creating. Recreate CSI brochure is what I called it. I don't know what you called it, but it's an InDesign file. Yep. Let's double click. If you don't have it, then I can put it in the class files, but hopefully you do have it, right? I think.
Right. And I don't have the whole thing because I think I missed Wednesday, but I've done things similar to this. So
But on Wednesday, I didn't have us work with this image. I
Mm,
mean,
okay.
we did generate, no, that was, yeah. We went into the whole like boxes and colors and we went in
Yeah.
a whole nother direction. So we didn't progress on this design. And we did work with the image size and all that, but that's not important really. And then we went off into the whole like, how do you get colors in all the three programs? So
Yeah.
meaning other than that the image size has been updated, there's nothing new happening in the image itself.
Okay.
So let's head over to this file. Give me a yes once you have it open. And that also allows Paula and Odessa to join into the class right now because before they were just watching the Photoshop portion.
I'm not able to open any of my pictures, but I am connected to the cloud.
You can't open them as in why, what is it said?
It says, let me try to open it again.
You're not on VDI, right? You're on
Yeah,
your,
I am on VDI. I've had so much trouble in this application. I'm so used to being
you
on my.
have to reset your Google Drive. Share your screen and I'll help you with that.
Okay. Okay.
It's yeah, every single time people who are on VDI, you need to reset your Google Drive each time or it shows up as corrupted images.
Yeah, I have so much trouble working in VDI. I'd be so glad to get my computer back. Where am I share?
Do you have it back already or not yet?
No, they're having trouble finding a part. I don't know. They put me off another week.
Okay, so basically this is what what VDI does to images. It kind of breaks it up. So because it says that it's corrupted and it's just because, so go ahead and close this one. Just quit. No, I'm sorry,
Again?
not quit, just close.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's head over to over here. Let's see if your Google Drive appears right there. Down here. Yeah. Open your Google Drive.
This one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go up here to these guys. Click on
Okay, that's where I wasn't going. I forgot where to look.
preferences. And go back to the same one. And disconnect account.
Okay.
Okay, disconnect. Okay. And once you're all disconnected, close that out. It closed itself up. Okay,
Mhm.
and now you have to re-sign in. So get started again. And sign in. Put in your pipeline email address. And since you're going to have to use it again, I would say select it all because you're going to have to paste it in again next time you need it. So select it all, copy. Then say
Okay.
next. And then you're going to have to put it in here again.
Man, I thought I just did this, but yeah, whatever.
Okay, close that. But even if you just did it, you probably signed out last class without signing out. So it needs to give
No,
you,
I mean, I thought I just did that this time after I opened it, but when first time I had the error, but yeah, whatever.
that, close that. We don't need that anymore.
Okay, close that.
Okay, and let's hope that's enough. Sometimes you need to completely back out, and then close that. Okay, now go back to Bridge.
Okay. Not to open.
Nope, cancel that. Go back to Bridge.
Oh,
And I want to make sure that you have a fresh connection to your Google Drive. Go to this PC.
go to
on
what?
this
Oh, okay.
Google Drive. Double click. My Drive, double click. Oh, you never put your class files in. Here, go here. It's Oh, yeah, there they are. Okay, click over here. You had Digital Design Techniques right there. Okay, so hopefully, even though we're still seeing some stuff in there, hopefully this time it isn't wrong. And let's see if we can open, no, you're still having that, but anyway, let's see. Sometimes when you finally open it, let's go find the InDesign file. Did you ever save the InDesign file? Go ahead.
In InDesign, but I was not able to save it here. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, then if you weren't able to save it here, then you won't find it. So then give me a second while I put it in the file that you can pick it up.
I was having trouble last week with my apps. I don't know, the last 2 sessions.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to give you the class files, but I need to first grab them for you. And right now, I'm going to copy those two.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put
Should I delete this one that's on here?
no, you already have it. Okay, so hold on. It was already okay. So now go. It's not the latest one, but it still worked for this. Go over here to go back up to Google Drive. Go to shared drives. I pick it up from the class files, Digital Design Techniques, and then catch up. So now you can select all 4 of these. Click, shift, click. Okay, copy, right click, copy. Okay, and now go back to Google. No, go here, go to Design Techniques right there. No, down here. Okay, and now go over here, put your mouse over here, and then paste.
Let's paste. Am I looking right at it? There. Oh,
No? Copy, did you copy?
I did. Oh, I thought I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
You
go
did.
back and do it again.
Google Drive, shared drives. Techniques, just copy the folder catch up. Go ahead and copy it, right
Okay.
click. No, go ahead, it's easier. Go back to Design Techniques. Right click on the folder catch up, copy.
I did a control C. I thought I copied it. Okay,
Control copy, yeah. You have to do control copy. And then
gotcha.
go back here. And then now control V for paste.
Okay.
Just do control V. I don't know why. Just control V for paste. Maybe, you know what? Because you're not in my drive. Okay, see, okay, you're still, this is pointing, I'm seeing that. This is pointing to my drive, not to yours. That's what's happening. Go ahead and say, okay. You're not in the right, this link is not in your drive. So go back to Google Drive. You're in shared drives. You can't paste into shared drives.
Okay.
My drive, you don't have your files. You're using my files all this time. Here, now, right click and paste. That's why. So now you only have the catch,
Okay.
you don't have the rest of the class files. So go ahead and
Okay.
catch up. That's why you couldn't update it because you didn't have. Later, what you need to go is go back to Google Drive shared drives and copy all the files and bring them here. But for now, just open this,
Okay.
open that, double click on that. And then
And this one?
this one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So that's why you're having issues because you're working on
I
my
wondered, it's
shared
like,
drive
come
and not
on.
on your and not on your my drive. Okay. All right. Let me share my screen. Here we go. And here we go. Okay. Back to InDesign. All right. So when we and if it's one app too many, don't do this. Just this part you can just look. I'm gonna just really quickly open Illustrator for you guys, but first I'm gonna remind you guys that when we selected this file last week, we learned about going to the links page, and I began to explain it 2 classes ago, but then last class we spent quite a bit of time on the actual PPI versus effective PPI, which I need to, my pencil tool is out of whack. There we go. So when you select an image and you see over here that it's telling me that we fix it, and this is the part that might not work. Oh, Jesus. This is the part that if you didn't do last week's works, yours still might be at a different actual PPI and an effective PPI than necessary, but that's just something that we went and we did all the resize, we did all the work, we brought it in, we got it to the right size. So it's okay if yours doesn't have that. I just wanted to show you really quickly in Illustrator, and you don't have to use Illustrator if you don't want to, so don't worry about that. I'm just gonna show you that if I bring that same image in right now, so just watch this portion. If I say file place and bring that same image, autumn. Oh, that's my Illustrator class here. InDesign, autumn. If I bring that same image that we had upsampled and place it in here, when I go to the links in Illustrator, and this is only to show you that in Illustrator, although it's very similar to InDesign, it only shows me one PPI number. It doesn't say effective and actual.
We're not,
I can't see. I just see the
we're,
Let-
I, we're seeing your InDesign. We're not seeing the,
Right. So here, now I'm sharing the entire window. So you're seeing my Illustrator now?
yes.
Okay, thank you for saying that. I just wasn't sharing it. Okay, so here's I'm in Illustrator. I placed this image, and now when I go over here, I only see, and I'm looking for the pencil, I only see one number for PPI. And every time I mark that, I have to go out and show it again, which is what's driving me crazy, but that's okay. PPI 724, that's it. Now, if it's 724, right, is that enough for printing? Yeah, and if I make this bigger or smaller, which I will right now, it went down to 556. Is that enough for printing? Yes, and if I make it bigger, because that thing was about 8 or something, it's at 458. Now this whole document is about 5 by 5. So if I make this be about 8 inches wide, which is what the other one had to be, and I go to the links, then we're at 294. This is almost 8. Let me see, a bit bigger to make it to 8. Over here, I'm watching. It's almost 8 inches. I'm at 268. Okay. So in Illustrator, it doesn't show you the ideal, the current, and the actual. It just shows you the effective. It's basically the effective. Okay. So as long as you put something in Illustrator and you make it bigger or smaller, and you look at this number, it's got to be 300 or above, or in this case, the minimum we decided was okay, it was 260 for that image. So that's okay. So that's the 268. Okay. That's the one that's going to stay. And there we go. We're at 260, and that's actually 8. Had to be 8.2 because of the bleed. All right. So just showing you that. Had I decided now in this document, I opened a 5 by 5 document. So of course 8 is looking too big in it, but just showing you the equivalent to InDesign. So you don't need to do that. Just showing you that in InDesign, we get the actual PPI and the effective PPI, which in this image, because we worked on it last week, is the same, but that otherwise is usually different. And then in Illustrator, you don't, you just get the final one. All right. So this is where we were making colors last week, and we were doing color libraries, and whoops, I shouldn't have moved that out of the way. We were working with the color libraries and all of that. Right now, we're not going to go into colors anymore. So if you still had this little boxes with colors, let's just delete that. And what we're going to do next, we're going to command minus a little bit. And we are going to work a little bit more with text. And right now we just brought in one little line of text up on top. I want to work with us a little bit more here in page 2. So let's go ahead and command plus or minus or whatever you need to do, or head over here to head to page 2. Whoops. Let me collapse Photoshop. We don't need that anymore. Go to this number here to go to page 2, or go to the pages window here and double click on page 2, whatever it needs, whatever you need to get to page 2. All different ways to get to page 2. I think that this box is glitching in my screen because I cannot move it no matter what I do to it. It doesn't move from that. It goes up and down in that spot and it's driving me crazy. It doesn't move around like in all my other apps, but I think it's me. I think for the rest of you guys, it should be moving, right? I don't know. Anyway, so let's go to our type box over here. And we're going to click and drag and make a box that's as big as this margin. So I'm going to do that again. So if I do like that, you can see my box that I'm going to be writing inside of. Okay. Now, when you make that box be on the edges of the margin box, right? When you click and drag, your mouse is going to snap to it and all the way there too, but you won't see that box anymore because it's going to hide. It's kind of going to hide there, but you should see a cursor at the top that's telling you that it's working. And as long as you have a cursor at the top of where you started your box, and I really want you to go all the way to the bottom, okay? So make sure you go to the bottom. Then we're going to go out to type, and we're going to say fill with placeholder text. And a whole bunch of Latin text is going to drop in. Okay, so I'm going to do this again. I'm going to open my type tool. I'm going to make sure to make that placeholder box that holds my type be as big as the margin. And then I'm going to go to type, fill with placeholder text. And then I'm going to give a good old yep, because I did it and you did it. And then I'll move on. So many times when we're designing, we don't have our text yet. We're just trying to do a layout of the whole thing, and we don't know what the text is going to be. The client maybe is trying to give me 700 words, and I need to tell her, I really can't do more than 300, but I won't know until I create some kind of a mock-up of a layout to know what size my font is going to be, how much of it I can have, so that they can go ahead and grab that text and cut off about half of it, right? Or something like that. So that's what this lorem ipsum, it's Latin and it works like any language, but for the most part, no one understands it enough to get distracted by what it says, versus if it were English, you'd be like, oh, it's talking about baking sourdough bread or whatever, and you're doing a manual on, you know, how to reach the stars. So anyway, this means nothing, but it works just like text, and that's what placeholder text is. And we're going to leave the type. We're done. We've laid down our text, and now we're going to go back to our selection tool. Select our toolbox, our type box. And now we have all of these little handles again that that we didn't see, but we see them now along the margin lines. I'm going to command minus a bit so you can see my entire document, and you see how we have a whole placeholder box worth of text. If you don't have a placeholder, a whole box worth of text, please let me know. I'll help you do that again. I do need a whole bunch of text there. So it does need to be about as big as this. Does anyone have any issues with getting their type into their box? Give me a yes if you have your type into the box. I don't know why I'm asking this complicated. Give me a yes if all is good, if you're following. Okay. All right. So now watch what happens when I grab my, let me actually share just my design because it's getting harder and harder to see when I have so many. There, then you don't have to see all the extra stuff. Then I can have this bigger. Okay, so now when I grab this box, it's kind of like what happened with the photos. Remember that if I grab the box that holds my photo, and let me just show you again what I'm talking about really quickly. I'm going to do a little place a file, and I'm going to go with a file that we already know, so I don't have to think about it. But if I place that file in there, if I grab that box and make it smaller, the photo doesn't change. I'm just changing the size of the box, too big or too small, right? And so the content stays immutable, sorry, but I'm chopping up some of that image or not. So the same with the text. When I grab this box, and I'm going to grab this little box there and suddenly make it smaller, the top text is fine. The bottom stuff just disappeared. Okay? The content is the type and the box is the holder of the content, right? So if I make it bigger, it appears again. And same here. If I make this bigger, my type was still there. I was just hiding it. Nothing has changed in the size and text. So now let's make it pretty small. Let's make something like that. And well, actually not so late. Let's make it a bit bigger. And what if I grab it from the side? So if I grab it from the side, something has to happen. Let me actually, let's make it I forgot to show you this before I made it smaller. Let's make it big again. What if I grab it from the side? Then from the side, yeah, it does redraw itself. And it's hard to tell if it redrew itself because we don't understand this language, right? So let's do something in particular to this text. Let's go to get our type tool again, and let's click 1, 2, 3 times, or 1, 2, 3. No, that's true. This is in design. So let's select the second paragraph, entire second paragraph. And each time you lay it down, the text shows up differently. So you might have a second paragraph that's bigger, smaller. It's not identical to mine. Select it and let's give it a different color. So last week we talked about colors. If you don't remember how to give your text a color, you can either go to this contextual panel here and give it a color, or you can go to the appearance panel, select it. And since you're selecting text, you don't have to choose between frame and text. This time the text shows up. Let's give it an obnoxious color like this big magenta color. Now, this is an example of why I don't like selecting stuff to change their color, because I colored it magenta, but I'm seeing black and green. So until I leave the type tool and click away, do I not see that I did color it magenta. Now, if you've colored it magenta or any color you want, just make it very different than the black. Now you can actually see that when we move it in from the side, it really is redrawing itself, repositioning itself, rewrapping, it's called, because you can see that this paragraph is getting bigger or smaller. It's not that we're cutting it off, versus from the bottom, it just cuts it off. It doesn't redraw anything. Does that make sense? So if I were to move it from the left side, again, it redraws itself. It's just from the top or the bottom that all it does. From the bottom that all it does is shake. If on the other hand, I move it down from the top, it hides the bottom, but it still shows me from the top. So it's not identical to the photos. It's just, it keeps losing the bottom part of the text. Okay. So if you're all with me and it's good, give me a yes before I now move on to showing you what are we going to do about all this disappearing text. Say this is all the text that we really need. I'm going to grab this box again, and this time I will make it about halfway through the colored stuff.
I have a quick question. I lost all of my little things that I can grab on my box.
If you're in your selection tool, can you click on your text again, and will they show up?
Yeah, no, they don't really show up.
Not even when you're selecting your text, if you're in your selection tool, right? Not in your type tool, but in your selection tool.
Selection tool. Got it. Thank you.
So we're not in the type tool anymore. We're done typing. We already wrote all this nice stuff. And now we're doing everything else with the selection tool, no more type tool. The only reason we use the type tool is to select some text to change its color, but then back to selection tool. Now we're going to hide most of the thing. We're going to just leave a little bit on top. So where did the rest of that content go? Where's the rest of that text go? Well, I'm trying to show you that at the right side of this box, and no matter how big I make it, it doesn't show up any bigger. The text shows bigger, but the little red box doesn't show up any bigger, no matter how big or small. Do you see on this side a little red box on the right side of your text box? I'm going to go smaller again to show you that no matter that I zoomed in or out, it just looks bigger now because that text is small, but that box hasn't changed size. So as you zoom in, it doesn't become more visible. So I'm going to click on that little plus sized red box, which by the way, when all the text was there was no little red plus size. But the moment I began to lose even one line, that red box appeared. Okay, so now I'm going to lose most of my text, but that red box is there. I'm going to click on it with the tip of my arrow, and I've picked up the rest of the text. Okay, so this, let's look at my box. It's not red anymore. If you could really tell what it was, it's a little box with a right little arrow pointing out. And now I'm going to click and drag and make another box in here and let go. And hard to tell because I don't have any colors yet, but that text is following that one. And if I'm not sure, let's click on the plus again, pick up some more, and let's drop another box. And finally, I have my pink stuff here. So now I'm going to pick up again, and I'm going to put one more text box here. So since I am coincidentally happening to make each one of these boxes as big as a paragraph, which is absolute coincidence, it's hard to tell if this is happening, but just watch for a minute. Just watch what I'm about to do. I'm going to expand this paragraph. You guys just watch. I'm going to make this box bigger. So then by making that one bigger, that text had to flow into the top one, and this had to flow into that one. Now, if I make this one smaller, that had to flow into there. So this is all connected. It is hard to see. No, that's my 15-minute warning. It is hard to see what's happening. So let me have us turn something on that'll make things easier. Let's go up to View, Extras, and say Show Text Threads. View, Extras, Show Text Threads. Once I do that, now it's like, oh, so the end of that box is flowing into this one. The end of that is flowing into this one. The end of that is flowing into this one. So now I'm going to make this box a bit bigger, and that I'm going to make it a little square. So whatever didn't fit in there is flowing into that one. Whatever doesn't fit in there is flowing into that one. Whenever it doesn't fit in there, it flows into that one. See how they're all flowing into each other? Now I'm going to make this one smaller. And now it's all been pushed down in there. Now I'm going to make this one bigger. And now the text is going up again. Does that make sense to you guys? What's happening? How it's all like flowing in and out of the boxes? Give me a yes if it's working for you, that your text is kind of moving like water from one place to the other as we make things bigger and smaller.
Yes, just one thing. My, this line that is blue in yours that is showing like the path of the text. Mine red.
It probably has to do with layers. Maybe you created a new layer.
I mean, everything is working
Yeah,
exactly.
you're right. I'm making it in the graphics, and I told you how I wanted my type to be. I had taught you the other day about layers, and I just put all of my type layers.
In the
All of
graph.
these are in, if I move them up to my type, and I can't really do that right now because I'm in the midst of using them. Let me select them all. I put them in my type layer. Now this is what's happening to her. they're in my type layer, which has red lines, and so all the lines are turning red, okay? So
Yeah.
that's all. I'm sorry, I forgot that I had us do that. So I'm gonna block it there. Anyway, let me actually go over here and delete these so that it's not confusing. Okay, so now my type is in the type and my graphics are in my graphics. Okay.
And I'm not
Um,
able to grab the little red box for some reason. I see it and everything else worked,
Okay,
but
so
when I
the
try to grab it.
tippy tip of your arrow, just the
Mhm.
tip of your arrow has to click on it. Okay, now I can't, this red box doesn't have anything to grab anymore. Only the last one still has a plus sign. And from there, once I click, I can pick some more up.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, and when you pick some more up, that means you can keep laying some more down. So if I were to grab this one, now, say that this document had 25 pages and this is like continued on page 25. So I'd scroll all the way to page 25, which happens to be just my last page now. And then I can just drop some more over here. And as you can see, even if this was page 1, if this were page 25, there'd be a long thread jumping all the way to page 25. And then as I draw this one out or in, that would also be flowing in and out from page 25. If I suddenly delete this box right here, boom, then it jumps from there to there. So suddenly I'm getting some of my pink stuff into page 25, right? I'm calling this one page 25, even though it's only page 4, but it doesn't matter, right? Does that make sense, you guys? Give me
Yes.
some screenshots. And if you're in any questions or issues about that, about what's happening, let me know.
I was just catching up. What is the command again for showing the thread?
It's view extras.
Ah,
Then you say show text frames. That now that I'm seeing it, it says hide text threads. So they go away. In
I
view
just forgot where it was.
extra, show text threads, it shows up. I'm going to do a quick screenshot of this. And again, don't want to make it, we don't have enough time for everyone to do this, but let me just show you really quickly that if I do this in Illustrator and I pop in some, no, I didn't want a couple, if I pop in some text in Illustrator and there's a different effect of text in Illustrator, just so you know. Hold on, I need to redo that. You don't have to drop in the text drops in without having to go to say that and drop in. But if I now make this box small, there's that same little red dot, and when I pick it up and I drop it again, the text fills in automatically and the threads appear automatically. You don't have to show the text threads, okay? And they work just as well. Okay, that part is the same. It's just that the threads show up and the text shows up inside of Illustrator without having to fill it with placeholder text. It does it automatically. So anyway, things that are the same and different. Let's head over here to the okay, some of you guys just got here a bit later. Let me, oh, Patty, thank you. You put the Padlet link yourself. Oh, I'm putting it in here again. You notice that people had arrived. Let's head over here and let's do a quick little, I'm just in a hurry to show you some more stuff, but I want to put this in there because it's important. So, text, or type. Once you fill a type placeholder, a type frame with placeholder text, you can make the box bigger, smaller and the missing text is called offset text. So here's the technical name for it. Can be picked up by clicking, not clicking, but clicking with your selection tool on the little red box with a plus sign on the bottom right corner of the text frame. You can place another text box and it will carry the offset text into the new text box. Go to view, extras, show text threads to see which box the text is flowing into. Okay, that kind of explains it. You guys practice, play with that. Back to InDesign. This is, I'm going to put it over here on the right side now so that I can zoom in a bit more. So anyway, as I said, if I delete this box right now, boom, the text just reflowed itself into that. I'm going to undo. I know. I need to give you guys a break. Not a break, an end of class. So that works really well. You can also reflow text into shapes. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this last box. And instead, I'm going to click and hold, and I'm going to make an elliptical frame tool here. And I'm going to go ahead and make a little circle in there. Now I'm going to go back into my selection tool. I'm going to pick up that little box right there, select it, and now I'm going to put it in there. And now it flowed into a shape. Okay. Which again, if I can make smaller or bigger, the text will do whatever it needs to do to fill that shape. Okay. There's more to that. And in particular, in Illustrator, you can have text flow all the way around the shape and stuff. But for now, am I still sharing? If I share Illustrator, are you still seeing Illustrator?
Yeah.
Okay. So say that I make a box right now.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Adobe Illustrator 20.
Okay. So when I pick up this text in Illustrator, I can also have it go, no, give me a second. I'm not in the, I can now have it go around. And this is the text that I could pick up and put in there. So there's some other fun stuff in Illustrator, but it's basically the same idea. All right. Back into InDesign. All right. So let's go ahead and I want to, I only have 4 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to go into the whole completion of this project and packaging and everything like that. Like how do we collect all of this font and stuff like that later. But right now, what matters most is last week we checked for different fonts. Right now, I just worked with the placeholder text. But if I were to now want to change the font, say, of this box for some reason or another, not the rest, if I go over, so you saw that the text is all connected, technically, right? It's all connected. But if I select this text and I want to go into my text box with my selection tool, I'm not seeing the type tools here. And that's because unless I'm in the type tool and select the text, then my tools won't show up, which is why I liked having my character boxes and my type tools right here. I had had you guys open them under window character, but if you haven't yet done it, you go up to type and tables and open the character window, types and tables and character. And I also had you guys go into window, type tables and paragraph, but just in case you hadn't done it, thought I'd show that to you. So when you select the box, you can work with the text, but you can't really change anything about the font because you're not selecting font. You're really selecting a box. You can change its color. You can go and change the color of the font, but you can't deal with the text itself. You do need to be in your type tool to work with text, as opposed to Illustrator, where in Illustrator, you can be in your selection tool and you can work with text. So again, slight differences. That's why when you go to one to the other, if something looks a little bit off, it's like, well, they're very similar, but not really the same. So I'm going to go into my type tool now. And now I'm going to select this text. And if I were to say Command A, it selects everything, even if this might be in page 27, it doesn't matter. So Command A is select all. If I select only this stuff, well, I'm selecting only those letters. But if I say select all, Command or Control A, it selects everything. And now I'm going to give this a new color. So say that I'm going to give it all magenta. And make sure it says that to the text in here, right? So I'm gonna click away. Now I'm gonna make some of these boxes bigger. And all the font that came in that was hiding before is still magenta. Okay, so it really did select everything, including what I couldn't see. Does that make sense? Now, if I do a select all and change font, instead of Minion Pro, I'm going to give it whatever. It needs to be something very obvious. Here, let's go. I wanted to make a small one though, not a bigger one. There. So now I gave it, oh, did I not do it? I didn't choose it in the end. I'm still in Minion Pro. Let's go for something very different there. Marker felt. Now, if I were to pick the rest of this text up and drag it out here, it also, the rest of the text also changed. We're just showing you that no matter that you see it or not see it, when you do a select all, the hidden stuff and the not hidden stuff is being changed, okay? But you need to make sure to do a select all. Had I not done that, right? Had I selected what's visible and done a drag across, right? Let me drag from the top, drag across this and made it be pink again, right? So I made it be pink again, or blue again. Then when I make this bigger, the rest of the text that pops in, come on, I'm trying to show you how this doesn't work. Don't make me wrong. Say that this is this font again. When I try to pick this text up and make it here, see how it goes back to being the other font? Like when I selected this text, so that text changes, but the rest of it is not changed. And it's a bit hard to tell, but it's two different fonts, okay? So if you want everything that's in your text docs, which could be, 150 pages of a book that you're laying out, then you need to make sure that if all that text is following each other, you need to make sure that you've selected everything, even when you're seeing it and you're not seeing, because it's all hidden inside of there. But if you locally select, then, and it's obvious if I locally select that only that is going to change. But I wanted you to understand that even if you select every bit of text that you see, if it's a local selection, it doesn't apply to all the stuff that was hiding there. Okay. All right. I think that's all that we can do for now. If you don't have this file, please do save it. Other than that, I will go ahead and put this file up in the catch-up section for next week if someone else comes by and doesn't have it. Odessa, hang in there for a few more minutes and I'll help you get the rest of the files in my drive. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay, so unless you have any questions, go ahead and oh, I didn't give you the homework. Paula and Patty barely saw it, and Odessa didn't see it. Give me 1 second, okay? Please don't leave. There's a homework for you guys. And there's not much time between Monday and Wednesday, but if you have a chance, I want you to go and over here it says specs. This is an example of we went to a company and brought out the specifications. That's what specs is concerned. Specifications of how to set up a file for that company. So in this case, the company Moo for a postcard needs you to leave this much space for bleed, this much space for trim. This is your safe area. Safe area being the part that you can put stuff in and they promise not to cut into. So basically they're showing you the bleed is the green, the trim is that, and this is what they call a safe area, is basically the opposite of the bleed. It's the internal bleed. After that, you can put your design. It's up to you to know that you should also put in a margin so that you don't put text all the way up to here, because if they cut wrong and your text starts there, then your text is right on the edge, right? So there's no margin here. The margin is up to you to put in there, but it's got your bleed and your counter bleed, so to say. That's what they consider not important. But this middle thing is the trim. That's how Moo shows it, right? But if you go to different companies and you just say print postcard specs, for example, then all these different companies are going to pop up. What I want you to do is to research 3 different companies, choose an amount. Say I want 200 of this, or 1,000 of business cards, or 1,000 postcards, or 1,000 posters. Choose a product, and then research it on 2 or 3 different places and figure out how they give you the specs. And if you have time, the request is to create a little postcard for that. So say that you want to do, again, let's say postcards, because that's where I'm at. You go to postcards and you're going to need to know. So you're going to choose, I want 2,000, 100, however many, full color. Da, da, da. When you get a budget and you decide, over here somewhere you're going to have the information, and either as specs or as templates or as FAQs, you're going to find in each place where they tell you how to create it. Here it shows you templates. Now this one seems to want you to download a template instead of to tell you what the sizes should be. So let's say that I do a 4x6 postcard. IDML is for InDesign, PDF. So this one just gives you PDFs or IDMLs. Other places give you Illustrator, Photoshop. Other places give you whatever, but most people will give you at least a PDF. So say that I go for a 4x6 postcard IDML. It downloaded it onto my screen. When I open it, this is the file that it just opened up. So it's showing me a postcard, and then it's showing me what they want for your trim, your bleed, and your safe area. So bleed, cut line, which is, some people call it cut line instead of trim. Again, so get a custom safe margin. You need 0.125 bleed, 0.125 margin inside, and then it gives you an idea of where to start. But this one already built it for you. Ideally, you would build it yourself. Again, the margin is missing here. Okay, so I want you guys to do, if possible, the homework here is looking up the print specs for 3 different companies and get screenshots of at least one, the one that you decide to build, and post it in here, and then build a little template to those specs. Ideally, it's not one that already built it for you, but that would be
A postcard
okay.
could be
What's
a
that? Choose a product. I just went postcard because I already had this postcard here. It could be a postcard, a poster, a card. Choose a product that you want to build. Business cards. But what I want you to do is to compare 3 companies, because you'll see that the different companies have different specs. And if you make one for company Moo, when you go, oh, now I want Vistaprint to print it, it just turns out that it might not work, that you might need to change your design a little bit, just by a few millimeters here and there, but you might need to change it because different companies have different bleed sizes, different trim sizes, different for their system and their, okay? So you can't just build it and then send it to 20 people. You have to first find out what company you're going to build it from and design it to their specs. Okay, that's the point of the think to understand specs and to know how to make it appropriate to whatever company you're going to use. All right.
Okay.
So do your best between here and Monday. I wish I had had a chance to give you this assignment last week, so you had the weekend to do it, but based on what we did that day, it didn't work out. Too bad. My bad. All right. I'm gonna hang it here with Odessa to let her get the files, but anyone else who needs to go, thank you for hanging out a few more minutes. I'll see you guys next Wednesday. And Odessa, can you share your screen, please?
You have it?
Nope. There. Now it's coming in. It takes a minute to pop in. Okay. So now you can save this. It'll save into the right place, so that's fine. No, you don't need to save as. Go ahead and exit this with your escape key, because just oh, you created a new document,
Well, this is the one I was working on.
page 1. Okay, so it's not the one that you downloaded from me. Okay, that's fine.
No, I found it in, for some reason, it's just saving in InDesign. I'm having a heck of a time working on this remote computer.
But this is the one that you had last week. Normally it doesn't stay, so I'm surprised that it stayed. That's good. That's why I had you open it again. So go ahead and head over to Bridge. Oh, you closed Bridge?
Well, yeah, because I can't have them all open.
All right, well, go ahead and open Bridge.
It
No
slows it
problem.
down so much that I can't work.
No, that's fine. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, the reason I wanted this is to get you the class files in your own drive. So go over here to Google Drive. And then we're gonna save the one you were doing. So go to shared drives. And go into digital design. Okay, now select, let me unscrew it. Select this and copy, right click copy. Okay, now we're gonna go back to Google Drive. My Drive. And you're gonna paste in here.
Can I walk through just one screenshot?
Yeah,
Because I'm having to actually go out to my computer, export it and go out to my computer and put it into the Padlet.
okay. So give me a second.
Yeah.
I can help you with this, but we can't do anything until this pastes. So yeah, we can do that. No problem.
I keep losing things. This is the first time I've ever worked on the remote computer.
It's okay. Hopefully your computer will come back.
Oh, they better, yeah,
Now,
with the
can you
part.
grab this and drag it in there so that now it's all one? Okay, now let's go ahead and delete this one because this one takes you to my files, not to yours. Right click and remove from favorites.
Okay.
Now let's go back to Google Drive, to my drive. Okay, and now this one is yours. Drag this one out here. So before when we kept
Oh,
going to that one,
gotcha.
we were going to mine, and that's why you couldn't save to it, because now this
Gotcha.
is yours. Okay,
That makes
that's
sense, yeah.
what those will be. And now let's go to your InDesign and let's save your file into this folder. So now let's say File, Save. So it doesn't stay in InDesign. It's Save,
It's
Save As.
grayed out.
Well, just Save As then. We're gonna save it. Now say on your computer. And now head up to Google Drive, my drive now, yours, and into Fall Digital Design Techniques. And if you want to put it in the catch-up folder, if you want to just drop it there, call it whatever you want to call it. The recreate brochure is, I think, what we were calling it.
Yeah, what is today?
November 10th.
Okay.
Okay, now give it a save. And there you go. So now,
Okay, so if I were to do a screenshot, so I'm going Control Shift S, I get a little capture area. I click
Mhm.
capture area, I go in here,
Mhm.
grab this, and then I say save. Where is it going?
Yeah, so go ahead and say save. No, don't even say save. That's the problem. Go ahead and say copy. Go ahead and do the same thing. Because yeah, since you're in VDI, it goes from one place, just say capture area, select that, and instead of saying save, say copy. Okay, now go to VDI. Oh, you're inside of VDI. So the question is, do you want to go to VDI inside of VDI, or do you want to just go to the one that, if you click on the link that I give you on,
I was just about to go to Padlet, so.
yeah, if you go to that one, then you're outside of VDI now. So I'm not sure the paste will have.
Well,
that's
this is the
for-
one
click here,
inside
click-
VDI.
Hold on.
No, this
click-
is inside VDI.
Oh, you opened the files inside of VDI?
Yeah, yeah.
So click on where it says write something beautiful. No, because you copied it
Oh.
instead of uploading it. So click on where it says write something beautiful here. Yeah, and then right click paste or command or
Oh, you're kidding.
control
That's
D.
all it takes. Oh, God. Oh,
Nope,
well,
you didn't
don't
have it.
send anything.
Yeah, no, you didn't have it. Because you did a copy with your, okay. Problem is that the copy you did, the search tools that you found were part of your real computer.
No, they're
So
in
you're
my
trying to paste
VDI.
it inside of VDI, so they don't follow each other. That's why I was like, oh, you're inside of VDI, and then you have to do it inside of VDI. It's like either to be inside or outside of VDI. And since you did it,
Okay, I'm not understanding because the Padlet is inside VDI and my
yes, but your
InDesign is
copy,
inside
yeah,
VDI.
but the tool that you searched to copy, you must have used your computer's version.
No, I'm not using any of those. I don't have InDesign on this computer.
No, the copy. Go to
No, but
search.
that's
Okay.
all inside that's all inside InDesign when I'm doing.
No. Please listen to me. I know what you're thinking.
Okay.
The copy tool that we used is a Windows thing. It has nothing to do with InDesign or Padlet or
So when
anything.
I'm using my keyboard and doing the Control Shift S,
We're
that's
using
inside my
this
computer.
computer's copy.
Oh God, this is confusing.
I know. So instead, go over here to search into the VDI search, right? And
Wonder
choose
I can't find it.
in here, I think it was called snipping tool. There we go. Click on the snipping tool. Now this is a
Okay.
VDI snipping tool.
Yeah, I know snipping, so okay.
So now click on new,
Yes.
and now get that little guy. Wait, let me get rid of my stuff. Cool.
Okay, and
This
now
way you can save,
right
right?
here.
Yeah, save it in there. I think this might let you copy it. I'm not sure, but go ahead and save it to like put it on your desktop or something. So it's a quick little access. Put it here. It's the screenshot does not need to save. Just to give it a nothing. That's enough. Go to here. No, but you need to tell it where. Yeah, put it on your desktop and say save.
Will it let me save on the desktop?
Yeah, it will. Okay. So now go into your Padlet up here.
Goodness. Where's
I'm pointing to it. Yeah, there. And now open it from there, upload, yeah. And go to your desktop. And there it is.
Dang, I've been chasing files all over the place.
It's just that it's an issue. See, if you're on a Mac, it's more complicated to know the shortcuts, but you can tell the difference between Mac
Yeah.
tools and PC tools. But when you're on a PC, either way, did you use
Yeah.
that one or that one, right? And so you were using
Yeah.
your outside computer paste for your inside computer.
Yeah, I didn't realize that because I'm using the Padlet and everything else in my VDI. I didn't realize when I'm doing that.
It's not such an issue if instead of going into the Padlet inside of VDI, if instead of doing that, had you gone to Padlet using the link in the that I put on the chat, that would take you to your outside Padlet, and then you could use the shortcut that you do and do a screenshot and post it in your outside computer. So that's why it's not such a big issue. It's just that you kind of went a different way, right?
Yeah, I thought I had to stay inside my VDI.
Yeah,
with the Padlet.
not for the Padlet. You can just, if you click on the link, it takes you to the outside version, then your normal shortcut would have worked. Or if you're in the inside version, then you need to use the inside Padlet. It's like stick with one or the other. I know it's confusing.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
All right. Well, you did it. Now go ahead and give it a subject and a save, and you're good.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
See you Wednesday.
Wednesday. Moni, you have a question or you're just hanging?
I'm just hanging, but I will miss Wednesday, just so you know, because I have a board meeting. So I'll try and get in as much as I can on Monday, and but Wednesday I'll totally miss.
Wednesday's our last class.
I know.
So it's okay. I'll miss you.
Oh
I'll see
no, it's a bummer.
you there somewhere
I'd
else.
rather be in your class.
Have fun at the board meeting. All right.
Anyway,
Take care then. I'll see you. I
thank
guess,
you.
in
All right, have a good weekend. I mean,
Bye.
a week. Bye.